I remember I will serve as a facilitator this morning. Join me as we usher in our executive officers of our way to Institute of Business Management and Leadership. As they come in this morning, can we all rise from our feet? Thank you. So give them the honor.
Okay, they're starting now. They've just Ambassador Bolatito Ayola from UK. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. So we're just waiting for the lining ups of the dignitary there at Kigali, Rwanda. And we'll be able to switch in and start off the program. Okay. So bear with us. We must commend Dr. King David. It's not easy to organize a big event like this. I don't think I'm not brave enough to organize the physical event yet. He's done very well, you know. It's not an easy task to organize a physical event like this. Well, we give kudos to him and we really, really congratulate him for doing this wonderful job. Mr. Armstrong, thank you so much, sir, for joining us and opening your camera. We appreciate you dearly. Thank you. It looks like we're rolling with the color today. We have blue. Chairman of the day has put on blue shirt. Dr. Patrick,
Thank you.
purple
Please
shirt.
keep standing.
Are we ready? Yeah. Can we see? Can you open your video, please, for us to see?
Prof, just hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we can see the venue now. We can see people standing up. That's the national anthem that they are playing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me stand as we take the opening prayer before we finally speak.
We acknowledge all wisdom, all wisdom. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for life and the opportunity to gather here from across nations and regions for this significant international conference on business management and leadership. We acknowledge you as the source of all wisdom, understanding, and purpose. Lord, as we commence this event, we commit.
Yes, we're just waiting for them. Thank you so much for your patience, and we really appreciate your time. Ambassador Bola Ayola, it's good to see your face, ma'am. Looking good. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We are on the ground of Awedu Institute of Business Management and Leadership, and this is their second international conference on business and leadership. So we're just waiting for them. They've started with their national anthem.
Vice President, Dr.
Dr. King David is speaking now.
Yes, the Vice President, put your hands together for him.
Sorry for the patient for the time, but I believe things are being sorted out. It's the connectivity between Kigali, Rwanda, and the world. So bear with us.
No, Doc, I think we understand. It's one of
Okay.
those things, you
It's
know.
one of those things, yes.
Yeah.
But I can assure you that we will enjoy the rest of the day. I can
Yeah,
assure
hopefully.
you that
Hopefully.
because there are lineups program. Dr. Vincent, I'm trying to send the program to you, but because it's a heavy document, I don't know if Dr. Jose has the booklet, the magazine, or the program for the event. Does Dr. Vincent? Dr. Vincent, does Dr. Jose?
José Manuel, ¿tienes el programa completo del evento?
No. Okay.
No,
No. Okay. I'm even
estás,
trying to move it around, but
estás en mute. No se te oye, José Manuel.
yeah. Okay, I'll tell you
Sí,
what.
yo solamente sé que tengo que hablar a las 9, no tengo el programa. Que me lo envíen para ponerlo en la página web también.
Please send it to us so we'll put it also
Okay.
in the
So I'm
website.
just going to screenshot the something and I will send it to you, sir. So that because I believe very soon Dr. Joseph will be speaking as the chairman. Let me send it to you, sir. Okay, so this is the screenshots of the program. I won't be able to send the entire book because it's a bigger, but have you seen the program, sir? The screenshots I sent to you, Dr. Vincent?
Still not.
On your phone, your WhatsApp.
I'm checking.
Okay.
No.
Now, where is Dr. King's David? We're waiting. What is going on? Can somebody speak to us from that end, please? You will need to assign somebody to communicate with us on the online. Please, Dr. King David. Please bear with us. We are doing our best from Africa.
Hello.
Hello, Professor
Yes,
Patrick.
Professor. I just wanted to ask what time this meeting will end, approx?
Um, probably in few, maybe for 3 hours or 4 hours. I think because they have a lot to do within this period, and I believe they will keep to the time as soon as they connect, because I can see everyone is sitting down. It's just the connection between us and African environment. So I believe that they will sort it out in a minute, sir. So please bear with us.
But I have a university schedule also
Oh,
after
oh, yes,
after
I
1 hour
know.
30 minutes. Yeah, it's
So
working.
maybe you can stay with us till the time of your lecture, and then probably after your lecture you can rejoin again. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because you are one of the keynote speaker.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So please, others, bear with us. They are trying their best. This is not Elizabeth Lucas conference from UK. So we have to be patient, please. I believe Dr. Jose is familiar with us in Africa. So he totally understands. We are trying our best. Okay, I think At the moment, I think the president is the one speaking, I guess, according to this program. And after that, they will introduce the chairman, which is our doctor, which is going to be Dr. Jose. So we need to get the voice, the volume of their system so that we can hear what they're saying. Let me see if I can communicate with them. We're just waiting for them. Sorry, bear with us. It's easy. It's easy. We won't say it's not easy, but it's easy to to connect both the physical and the online, the offline and the online program together. It's easy. Let's be positive. I know that they are addressing the audience at the moment, but we can't hear them, and I'm trying to see what we can do.
Yes, Doc, it's obvious that the connecting device, the audio is on mute. So, yeah, if they cannot mute, then we'll be able to get audio feed.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm also talking to the doc.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Please.
Great action. Our theme this year is education, skills development, and the future of work in Africa. It's not merely a topic for discussion, but a call to duty. In this room are the architects of tomorrow's institutions, the voices that will define business ethics, the minds that will engineer leadership systems responsive to 21st century challenges. Let the conference be more than a convergence of expertise. Let it be a great pool of innovation, a sanctuary for solutions, a springboard for lasting partnerships that transcend borders across Africa. To our students, you are the heartbeat of this gathering. Take note, you are the heartbeat of this gathering. Your presence is hope and the promise of continuity of our way this country. May this conference ignite your passion and empower you to take over, lead ethically, and act courageously. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to you. May your engagement today here be your networks enriched and your insight shaped. Once again, I want to thank you all. Let us dedicate to focus, diagnose with respect, and with reward competition. Lead with integrity. Thank you and welcome to Kigali. Thank you. You can do that. Please clap your hands. Thank you. Thank you, our able vice president, for this wonderful speech. Let me also introduce all of you. Say that our chairman is online. Introduce him before he did not hear us better. Not person down. The president, of private university, teaching, please, in no less than 2 minutes, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Also, we celebrate the vice president, the founder of Y.Y.C.I International, Professor Elizabeth. Welcome, ma'am. Joining us all the way from another Kingdom. We also have Dr. in connecting from South Africa. And we also have Professor Dr. Prati Rajan joining us from India. Also, at this point, I introduced him before. He just stepped in. When the time comes, we are going to introduce him properly. But here in the man, not so much that within the short period, he handled a lot of transformation. I'm not a politician. I don't play politics. I don't play politics. No other person is to the former commissioner of education of River State. The good news will be released soon, but I don't want to say that now. Now we come back to break that one. Another person down, I don't want to say that he didn't do. We come back to break that one. Another person down, next to him, in Nigeria, like to be calling this way. Dr. God's power, Imate. King of the Children, River State University of Science and Technology. You're welcome, sir. At this point, let's welcome the chairman, Dr. Y.Y.C.I, for his opening remark. What do you say?
Tranquilas, José Manuel.
Permítame comenzar esta conferencia de bienvenida con un mensaje de profunda convicción y optimismo sobre el futuro de África.
Allow me to begin this welcome address with a message of profound conviction and optimism about the future of Africa.
Soy el doctor José Manuel Castelo Appleton, rector de la Appleton Private University y presidente de la International Federation of Private Universities.
My name is Dr. José Manuel Castelo Appleton. I am the rector of the Appleton Private University and the president of the International Federation of Private Universities.
Excelentísimos líderes políticos, distinguidos jóvenes, damas y caballeros.
Excellencies, political leaders, distinguished youth, ladies and gentlemen.
Es un honor inmenso darles la bienvenida hoy a esta conferencia sobre educación, desarrollo de habilidades y el futuro del trabajo en África.
It is an immense honor to welcome you today in this conference on education, skills development, and the future of Africa.
Su presencia aquí es un testimonio del compromiso colectivo con un futuro más brillante para este continente.
Your presence here is a testament to the collective commitment to a brighter future for this continent.
Durante demasiado tiempo, la narrativa sobre África ha sido definida por desafíos.
For too long, the narrative about Africa has been defined by challenges.
Hoy, sin embargo, estamos aquí para hablar de su inmenso potencial y su indiscutible ascenso.
Today, however, we're here to talk about its immense potential and its undeniable rise.
África ya no es solo el continente del futuro, es el continente del presente.
Africa is not just longer the continent of the future, it's the continent of the present.
Se encuentra en el umbral de una era en la que la fuerza demográfica, la creatividad innata y la resiliencia de su gente lo posicionan para un liderazgo global sin precedentes.
It stands on the threshold of an era which its demographic strength, its innate creativity, and the resilience of its people positions it for an unprecedented global leadership.
Es hora de que África ocupe su lugar en el liderazgo en todos los niveles, desde la innovación tecnológica hasta la gobernanza global.
It's time for Africa to take its rightful place in the leadership at all levels, from technological innovation to global governance.
En esta nueva era geopolítica, África no es un mero espectador, sino un actor indispensable.
In this new geopolitical era, Africa is not merely a spectator, but an indispensable actor.
Sus vastos recursos naturales, su creciente población joven y su posición estratégica en el mapa mundial le confieren una influencia que debe ser reconocida y ejercida.
Its vast natural resources, its growing young population, and its strategic position on the world map give it an influence that must be recognized and exercised.
La seguridad global, la sostenibilidad ambiental y el comercio internacional no pueden abordarse eficazmente sin la participación y liderazgo de las naciones africanas.
The global security, the environmental sustainability, and international trade cannot be effectively addressed without the full participation and the leadership of the African nations.
Tiene la posibilidad África de modelar el futuro, no solo de reaccionar ante él.
It has the responsibility to shape the future, not just to react to it.
Pero para ocupar ese lugar de liderazgo, la educación es la piedra angular.
But to occupy this place of leadership, education is the cornerstone.
No hablamos solo de acceso, sino de una educación de calidad que empodera a la juventud africana con pensamiento crítico, adaptabilidad y una mentalidad global.
We're not just talking about access, but we're talking about quality of education that empowers African young youth with critical thinking, adaptability, and a global mindset.
Se necesitan sistemas educativos que fomenten la innovación, el espíritu empresarial y la resolución de problemas arraigados en sus propias realidades y valores culturales.
Educational systems are needed that foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and problem solving rooted in their own realities and cultural values.
El futuro del trabajo está aquí y es digital, verde, dinámico.
The future of the work, it's here. It's digital, it's green, it's dynamic.
El desarrollo de habilidades relevantes es crucial para los jóvenes de África.
Relevant skills development is crucial for Africa's youth.
Esto incluye habilidades técnicas de ciencia, tecnología, ingeniería y matemáticas.
This includes the technical skills of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Inteligencia artificial, energías renovables y habilidades blandas como comunicación, colaboración, creatividad e inteligencia emocional.
Artificial intelligence, renewable energies, and soft skills as communication, collaboration, creativity, and emotional intelligence.
Se debe invertir en programas de capacitación vocacional y técnica que estén directamente alineados con las demandas del mercado laboral, tanto local como global.
Investment must be made in vocational and technical training programs that are directly aligned with the demands of the emerging labor market, both locally and global.
Queridos jóvenes, ustedes son la vanguardia de esa transformación.
Dear young people, you are the vanguard of this transformation.
Su energía, su ingenio y su determinación son el motor que impulsará a África hacia adelante.
Your energy, your ingenuity, your determination are the driving force that will propel Africa forward.
Les insto a ser agentes de cambio, a abrazar el aprendizaje continuo y no tener miedo a desafiar el status quo.
I urge you to be agents of change, to embrace the continuous learning, and not to be afraid to challenge the status quo.
Y vuelvo a repetir, a no tener miedo de desafiar el status quo.
And I repeat again, not to be afraid to challenge the status quo.
El liderazgo no es solo para unos pocos elegidos, reside en cada uno de ustedes.
Leadership is not just for a selected few, it resides in each of you.
Es el momento de los jóvenes de brillar, de innovar y de construir el futuro que desean para África.
It's the time for the youth to shine, to innovate, and to build the future that you desire for Africa.
Para materializar esta visión, la colaboración es esencial.
To materialize this vision, collaboration is essential.
Líderes políticos.
Political leaders.
Su papel es crucial en la creación de entornos propicios.
Your role is crucial in creating conducive environments.
Políticas que apoyen la inversión en educación y tecnología.
Policies that support investment in education and technology.
Marcos regulatorios que fomenten la innovación y alianzas estratégicas que abran puertas para los jóvenes en África.
Regulatory frameworks that foster innovation and strategic alliances that open doors for the African youth.
Jóvenes.
Young people.
Vuestro papel es asumir la responsabilidad.
Your role is to take responsibility.
Adquirir nuevas habilidades y participar activamente en la construcción de soluciones para África.
Acquire new skills and actively participate in building solutions for Africa.
Es un esfuerzo conjunto, una sinfonía de voluntades. Es el tambor de África que se une como un solo corazón para que sea escuchado.
It's a joint effort, a symphony of wills. It's the drum of Africa that unites to sound as a single voice.
El futuro de África es vibrante y lleno de oportunidades.
Africa's future is vibrant and full of opportunities.
Es un momento de redefinir su liderazgo en el mundo.
It's the moment to redefine its leadership in the world.
Es hora de que África no solo se ponga en pie, sino que lidere el camino.
It's time for Africa not just to stand, but to lead the way.
Es hora de que África siga trabajando con pasión y propósito para asegurar que la educación y el desarrollo de habilidades sean el cimiento sobre el que se va a construir prosperidad e influencia.
It's time to Africa to work with passion and purpose to ensure that education and skill development are the foundations upon which Africa's prosperity and influence in the world are built.
Muchas gracias por darme la oportunidad de abrir este día de hoy.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to open today's day.
Y yo creo muy personalmente
And I believe very personally
que el liderazgo africano está listo para tomar su lugar en el escenario mundial.
that the African leadership is ready to take its place in the global scenario.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Please let's celebrating. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Let's celebrate. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful opening remark. Thank you for also for your private university, Spain and UK. We are honored to have you this morning, and we love you, sir. Thanks for all you have done for the Institute. On behalf of the board, the chairman, staff members of this great institute, the chairman, staff members of this great institute, and we thank you, dear sir. Thank you. At this point, I want to invite the founder of High Stone Global University, Professor Lori of High Stone Global University, Professor Lori. Let's appreciate it.
on behalf of the Government Council, the President and Registrar of Y.Y.C.I Institute of Business Management and Leadership, I hereby declare this international conference on business management and leadership at Kigali, Rwanda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. We just want to take just 2 or 3 goodwill messages across the globe. Let's have Ambassador Dr. Armstrong from South Africa. Are you still online? Please, sir, can you unmute yourself and give us your goodwill message?
Ambassador
Armstrong, are you still there?
He was here before. Probably is the connection. I'm sure he will join us later.
Okay. Let's also invite our chief, Dr. John Imeke, for just a short goodwill message. 1 minute, sir. Let's celebrate him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Standing on the already established protocol, I welcome all of us to this conference. The whole world.
Honorable Senekai Victor Ben holds an honorary doctorate from the Institute of Arts and Science, Commonwealth University of the East, recognized for excellence and
Go ahead, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. The whole world is looking at Africa. Africa has been in the news on the negative way. But we know that Africa is where we expect a lot of wonderful things because we have the potential and leadership is the key. The Institute is here to stay, and the Institute, I believe, will help to mold more leaders, and great things will come from Africa. I am here, I'm privileged to be here, and I thank God for today's occasion. I wish us a very happy stay and a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're going to call on Professor Queen Elizabeth, the founder of Y.Y.C.I International and also the International Vice President of this institute, to give us a keynote remark shortly. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this wonderful time. I want to welcome all our great leaders, both on offline and online. All protocol observed. To all our dignitary and special guests, I acknowledge you all, and we appreciate your time joining us on these great occasions of our second year leadership conference. I want to appreciate the opportunity given to me to serve as the LOC chairperson with the amazing organizers for this conference, and to also give me the opportunity to share briefly. I do not take this time for granted. I'm also expressing my gratitude to the founder, registrar, president, and vice president of Y.Y.C.I Institute of Business Management and Leadership, and all the board members, ambassadors, collaborators, distinguished administrators, and general secretary. You are all doing great job, and we appreciate you all. I also want to acknowledge the chairman of this conference, Dr. Joseph Appleton Castello, the rector of Appleton Private University, Spain and UK, and the president of International Federation of Private University. His Excellency, we acknowledge you, sir, the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of Nigeria, Sir Paul Kagame, the President of Rwanda, Dr. Tunji Alusa, Honorable Minister of Education, Nigeria, and all our distinguished guests of honor, guest speakers, honorable leaders, thank you all for joining us on this occasion. Before I hand over to the facilitators of this great event, permit me to quickly lay the foundation of our theme for this conference: education, skill development, and the future in Africa. But I want to challenge you for one thing, which I believe you all agree with me, that there are 4 factors that can limit us in Africa, that can stop us and hinder us from fulfilling our purpose, achieving our goals, and also to be transformed in Africa. 4 factors are ignorance, lack of understanding, lack of vision, an unknown of our identity, of who we are, our purpose, and our why. And that is the moment of the truth. But that will not permit me, time will not permit me to elaborate it on this occasion. However, curiosity will keep us thirsty for more. And no matter our level of education, we should never stop learning. And Y.Y.C.I Mama said, and I quote, "A thirst for knowledge is something that can never be quenched and should be a lifelong quest." All our dreams in Africa can come through if we can have the courage to pursue them together by Walt Disney. Africa is a place of discovery, land of wealth, just as Dr. Jose has said from Spain. Land of wealth and resources, with great people, great hospitalities, educators, and even entrepreneurs. I was having a conversation recently with the chairman of Asian Business Forum about the new mindset of wealth in Africa, Asia, and China. And we both agreed that these 3 countries or continents need to wake up and unite together, take their wealth, take their territories back for the future generations. But it is time for paradigm shift. It's time for us to renew our mindset and keep growing, keep learning, and keep investing, or also investigate and research. This is necessary for transforming our Africa. A wise man once said that the mind plays a very important role in the life of our individual. I looked at this word of this wise man and I saw it as a great wise word. The mind is what make up a man. It determines his views about life, how he lives his life, how he treats others around him, even as a leader, even as an entrepreneur, and the decision he takes concerning his life and what he gives out to the society. So in a clear terms, the mind is the epicenter that determines every activities and action a man takes. My quote, the state of your mindset will determine what you see. So what do you see in Africa? Problems, obstacles, or opportunities? Fear or faith? Ignorance or knowledge? Weakness or strength? Recently, we celebrate our young girls doing fantastic work on the field and bringing home a wonderful cup while they're playing and represent Nigeria and Africa. But what you see matters. You see failure or you see success, weakness or strength of Africa, threats or opportunities, negative or positive. So the question I'm asking you, what is the state of your mind? And what do you see? And what do you believe? So mindset is everything. Without renewing our mind and growing our mindset and shifting our negativity, fixed mindset to positive and growth, there will be no change and there will be no transformation. But I want to believe that the main reason why we gather together to learn together on this conference is for us to renew our mind, transform our mindset. So, what is the innovative mindset then? Because if we are going to make that change, adapt to change, and transform our land, transform what we do, transform our leadership, people with an innovative mindset have forward thinking, creative thinking, open-minded, no matter their mistakes or their failures, they still have a collaborative and progressive loving one another, working together. And that is the mindset that we all need to have. However, when discussing about innovation that drives business, success, we also need to talk about this paradigm shift again that should be observed. So my question this morning to all of us, how can we make a paradigm shift? You can go from one conference to the other. You can go to university or colleges and study for 4 to 5 years. But if your mindset is still fixed mindset, I wonder what else you want to contribute to the society. Because you are the change maker. You are the change we are looking for. You are the solution to the problem of the world. You are the one to shift us, to move us, to lead us, to pioneer greatness, innovation, invention, and others. So we need to have a change mindset, which is very important. So mindset or the state of your mind is very important for every individual, personalities, governments, and influencers. We need to change our mindset. Our belief systems dictate how we operate, perform. So what is the state of your mind? Why is it necessary for our mindset to be renewed? Because we are looking for change, most especially in Africa. Because we want to inspire, empower, and also to lead and guide the younger generation. So if we can renew our mindset and keep growing, keep feeding, keep researching, keep collaborating, keep working together with one mind, then we have a legacy to leave for our children. Carl Belgian stated, and I said, and I quote, "They may forget what you've said, but they will not forget how you made them feel in your society, in your community, in your organization, in your leadership role. How do you treat others? How do people feel when they are around you? Are they learning great stuff? Or are they duplicating your bad odor?" George Harrison said, "With love, we can serve and save this world." If we change our mindset today, our lives will change. We cannot change anybody, but we can change ourselves. And when we change ourselves, our mindset, anything and everyone around us will change, and there will be transformation. So on this note, I want to charge you. What are your aspirations, your purpose, your vision, your mission, your assignment, and why, and what is your why? Why are you leading the people? Why are you doing that business? Why are you collaborating? Start thinking, because your why is the engine force behind what you do, and this will feed your determination. Then we talk about abroad, moving to abroad to do what? When we have a lot of work to do together in Africa. So we need to discover around us, what is our problem? What is our challenges? What is the solution that you are called to solve? What is the questions? What is the answers to the questions being asked in the society? This is the way for us to move together. Decision making is very important. How are we making our decision? From emotion, or from sentiment, or from reality, from facts? Please, let's look into that. Determination. No matter what people say to us, no matter the opinions of others, be determined to complete your course, to finish well, to reach out to people, to make a stand, to distinguish yourself, to make an impact and influence others. Discipline and manage. Manage your time, your emotions, to carry on learning and researching to succeed. It will be tough. Nobody will agree with you that things will be rosy. It's going to be tough. But let me encourage you this morning that the tough people go through the tough life. The tough people go through the tough road. But in the end, it's worth going through it. Because when you face the challenges, it becomes wiser, stronger, and also better. Diligence and dedication. And who do I want to give honor and credit to this morning? Dr. King David and his team, being diligent, dedicated, consistent, willing to make this conference a wonderful one, and preparing a very great environment for every one of us to relax, work together, learn together. It takes courage to do something you know everyone won't love or appreciate, but be the pioneer. Be the first to break the ice. Be the first to come out of your comfort zone and make a difference. You might be the leader, son. You might be a leader, ma, but be the one to break the ice, to make a change. The former president of America, USA, President Obama, always quotes, and I will appreciate that. He said, we are not waiting for anybody else to make that change. And it's not waiting for somebody somewhere or sometime. You are the one facing me this morning to make that change. And now is the time to make the change. Negative will come. Disappointment will come. Wrong opinions will come your way. But guess what? Stand out. Distinguish yourself and make that change. If an eagle can make a life-saving and a life-changing decision at the age of 40, why can't we, Africans, make that change? We look up to the Western world, but do you know we have the power in us to discover? We have what it takes to move our nation to the next level. We have what it takes to prepare the notion for our younger generations. We have the wisdom, we have the resources, we have the power, we have the voice, and we are ready. But are we united together? We can reinvest our lives, our nation, our Africa. But are we ready? Is our mind still the fixed mind? Is our mind still full of corruptible, negative mindset? Or are we ready to stand out? If any of my distinguished leaders I'm facing right now make that decision today to make a change, we all will follow. So who will be the pioneer of greatness? So let's go. Let go of negativity. Let go of blaming one another, excuses, complaining, fighting. Let's rise. This is the time for Africans to recognize the ego in them, to recognize the power in them, to recognize the greatness in them, to recognize and appreciate the God of the universe that has brought us together in the same level. Let us rise and love one another, because love is the greatest. And yes, we can. God bless you all. And thank you so much once again for giving me the opportunity to
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. If I allow you to continue, we're not living here today. You are full wisdom.
Yeah.
We celebrate you, man. Please, give your hands very quickly.
Thank you.
So, while she was making a keynote remark, I picked some points from her speech. And one thing I noticed is, we have leaders in Africa, but if our president falls sick, what happened? Straight to UK, straight to America, straight to Canada. Now the question is the African education and medical training system truly substandard? Truly substandard? The medical training system in Africa, or educational training system in Africa, are they truly substandard? If yes or no, who is to blame? Is it the leader, the system, or we as an individual? Can we contribute? I want the House to interact just 5 minutes. Who wants to speak? Our leaders fall sick, straight to America, straight to UK. Education system, even the president send his children to abroad. Then who will not school in Africa? And one thing I believe is, I keep telling people, I'm communicating with the VIP yesterday. I say, look, if I have my way, have children today, all of them will be raised from Nigeria first before they travel out. Africa have a better foundation to raise children. We are not listening. People from India, when they come to Nigeria to work, they complain. In fact, what our youth can do better, far, far better. Yet, the white men will pay huge amount of money, cannot even get 10% compared to what our youth can do. then why do we invest so much in them and neglect the youth, abandon the youth? The street, the society is full with a lot of potential, yet no one discovered them. So the failure of Africa, education failure, medical failure, who are we to blame? Dr. Wisdom.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the most interesting questions that I believe we're here to address. Just like Professor Quinn was saying, it's a mindset thing. It's a mindset thing. The reason why we're here is to rethink, reinvent our minds. And I believe the society we live in, at another time, giving us a wrong mindset. And it's playing like an automatic system in us. So who is to blame? It's all of us. All of us. The system, the academic system, the whatever system you can call, including myself. We have this mindset, just you were trying to say, the president falls sick, goes abroad, the children goes abroad, they want to school abroad. Is our academic system, is it substandard? Don't we have qualified people here? I will tell you, in my little days of traveling, I found out that in most of the academic institutions abroad, Nigerians are doing very well. In the medical, they are doing very well. I mean, there's no sector you want to point out that Nigerians are not doing exception. In fact, let me use the word Africa. So it's just a mindset that we Africans are playing second fiddle to the Western. And if we can reinvent, I think that's the purpose of being here, that we can really invent our mind, change our mindset, and we'll get it right.
Let's leverage mindset. Okay, let me take lady first, then we go back. Let's go balance gender politics.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Joy Harris. My point here is not to blame anyone, but just a bit of an address. We, at first, ought to love our own, appreciate our own, jealous our own. They say it's hands that make things to be beautiful. With that mindset of thinking positive, the whole world will be envious of us. But when we look at things that are glaring, if I go to that place, I'll get what I'm not getting in my own place. That is the wrong mindset. When we were growing up, our parents used to sew clothes for us during the Christmas and all that. When we come out as kids, we look at ourselves. My dress is very beautiful. It is my mommy that did it for me. It's my dad that is. Coming up with that mindset, we should be able to look things deeply and then take a step forward to say, let's go back home and put our heads together and love and appreciate our own, ourselves. Africa is beautiful. And God has blessed us with so many resources. We are not lacking anything. It's just application. Thank you.
My name is Honorable to me. This conversation could be expanded, but I want to speak directly to your question, which is if our medical education system is substandard or not, and who is to blame. That I think is the direct question. Our medical education system is not in any way substandard, and that's why what we suffer in Africa that is generally called brain drain. Brain drain, by simple definition, means emigration of highly qualified, highly trained and highly qualified people trained in Africa become highly qualified, but in the end, they follow the Jackpot syndrome. Japa in Nigeria means immigration. Why? What's the working environment? Do we encourage people to remain here after being trained here to practice their profession? No, because the environment is simply not conducive when compared to the Western world. So people go out for greener pastures. The bottom line is they are trained there and they are very well qualified, but they leave because they are looking for greener pasture. It means that there is nothing wrong with our educational system. We can improve on it, no doubt, but there's nothing wrong with it. The problem we have, why our leaders go abroad for medicals, is the facilities. Do we have the right facilities here? No. We have the right trained personnel, but we do not have the right facilities. Why don't we have the right facilities? Our leaders are simply not interested in building the right facilities. And we are part of the problem because when the leaders fail to build this right facility, we are still the ones that return them to re-elect them into office over and over, and we continue to recycle them. Praise the Lord. Until we are ready and determined to end the tenure of whoever fails to perform, until we are ready to do that, and we keep recycling them, our problem will continue. We must confront this challenge. Thank you.
Okay, you want to say something? Very important. We are ready. But sir, let me say, before you say something, you say something. You say something. You say that we don't have the equipment, the facility, or we have the best trained doctors or teachers. When you don't have the equipment, you don't have the facility. How does doctor being trained or equipped? That's one thing. Because what you have to understand in education setting is this: equipment and facility contribute to academic world excellence. If we are lacking these two things, even the brain will also be what? Weak. So, who are we to blame? Just a second, summarize that part.
Like I said earlier, we could expand this conversation. Now, this is $1 million question. Yes. It is an established fact. There's no point arguing it. That we have people who are trained here, they go out there to excel. What we're exporting is the brain. People who are already being trained and are well qualified. They do not go there to acquire additional training before they start practicing. No. As they live here and they land there, they simply start practicing. And over time, because the facilities are there, they simply improve. So it does not mean that basic knowledge, that basic qualification, we cannot provide. We can provide that. But the facilities to continue and excel is what we lack. And they will not build until we stop them from continuing in office.
Thank you, sir. Please, can we appreciate you? Put your hands together. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I am Dr. Fafi Wisdom. I'm from Bayelsa. Precisely a member of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly. I, first of all, want to differ a little from my friend and colleague. If you say there are no facilities here, I won't agree. If we don't have the facility, how are our medical professionals trained? We have the facilities, but I think we also lack maintenance culture of those same facilities, be it equipment. If you go to some of our medical facilities today, you see our equipment lying fallow, either unused or faulty. Why is it so? Government will buy this equipment with huge amount of money. They will not train personnel to maintain these facilities. Some of our hospitals, if you go today, ordinary CT scan, you travel from Port Harcourt or Bayelsa to Lagos. We have these facilities, but we lack one, maintenance culture. And we have to reorient our minds. Have this maintenance culture. If you buy the facility, you have people trained, even before establishing that organization or hospital order. You have the personnel that you train that will man this equipment. While you are training the medical staff, doctors and other medical experts, you have people to maintain those facilities too. You go to the state and you hear renal center, XY center, where did those facilities come from? What we fail to do is to maintain those facilities. So for me, we'll have to look at orientation of the mindset, and again, to begin to look inward on how to strengthen our institutions. Strengthen our institutions, we have the enabling laws. Begin to see how we'll carry out this law. Look at, we came to Kigali yesterday. For me as an individual, I was admiring the environment. See, from this point to where we are, the street is clean and all that. And I know the rate Rwanda as one of the cleanest, Kigali as one of the cleanest cities in Africa. Why is it so? Because they have decided to do those things. Once in Nigeria, a place called Calabar in Cross River State was like in Rwanda. Very clean. But when the person that was in the chat left, the other person didn't see those things as important. So I think it's to reorientate our minds, strengthen our institution, and then have that beginner culture to maintain our do.
Let's celebrate it. I think Prof want to do justice on this. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Mom, University of Rwanda, Nigeria. I quite agree with the two last speakers. They've made valuable points as affects our own country and our continent in general. First of all, I want to agree with them that our medical training is not less than what we have in Europe and America. I also want to agree with them that the facilities may not be the challenge or the factor to this medical tourism we are experiencing in Africa. I'm going to submit that our problem has to do with leadership. Leadership is the main challenge. And because our leaders know they are not doing well, and that is why they lack confidence. I want us to underscore that. They are not confident. Am I sure? That is why they go overseas. There are good medical facilities in Africa. Let me pin them to Nigeria. Very good medical facilities. But they don't like going there because they lack confidence. Am I sure? Because they know what they have done. They don't have the confidence people can deliver. Overseas where they go, I want to use my younger brother as a case study. He trained at the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria. And he has been overseas practicing. Once he got there to Saudi Arabia, in fact, is the head of the department of obstetrics and gynecology. And you see many people trooping in from other parts of the coming to see the same man that was trained at the University of Port Harcourt. And that is just across other parts of Europe and America. Our people are doing wonderfully well. Most of them were trained back home before they, out of the Japan syndrome, find themselves where they are. But I also agree with them. My younger brother asked him, can you come back to study, to practice medicine in Nigeria? He said, yes and no. The yes, that if he's able to equip the medical facility here at home, they build a private hospital and equip it with the modern equipment. That medicine is so, practice of medicine is so easy overseas because of the facility they have. But that if you train there and come to Nigeria, you can't fit in. That's the point he meant. That they are training, the kind of training they receive in back home in Africa and Nigeria, it makes them to fit in any part of the world. But when the train there come here, it's difficult. So finally, leadership, I want to underscore it again, is the challenge. Once our leaders are committed to make Africa great, they invest in the training, provide facilities. If they are sure of what they're doing, they will be confident in what happens and also feel comfortable, stay back in Africa to receive even what I've called first-class medical attention and services. Thank you very much.
Let's celebrate him. Thank you, bro. Please, just 1 minute.
Oh, no.
Everybody has said everything I wanted to say. There's something I want to say. A friend called me from UK this morning, and so I told him that a member of my family just got admission. And I said, "Check, Africa has lost one soul." Because well, alcohol just one thing. Let's go back to them, 2 years. Let's go back to them in 3-4 years and ask them questions. Some of them will remain in their village. Yeah. That is possible. One of my very close friends was also one of these sports. The time they were going on competition, they went by road. When they won, Nigeria celebrated them. My friend is in the village drinking kai. So what the problem we have, like you all said, and Prof said, is leadership, maintenance of our values, maintenance of the pledge we have in Africa. We cannot talk about that if we cannot strengthen our democracy. There I agree with the honorable. We have to strengthen our democracy. How do we strengthen our democracy? We have to strengthen our institutions. Sorry, politicians in Africa has collapsed our institutions. And we cannot talk about peace without talking about strong institutions. But our institutions has been compromised. That making it ineffective for us to have a kind of leadership that can sustain our planet in Africa. Thank you. I'm taking the last but not least before we take Professor Patrick from India. He's waiting. Just 30 seconds. Summarize.
Good morning. My name is Honorable Y.Y.C.I. I quite agree with everyone because we are all looking for solutions. But my own, I want to talk about patriotism. That is our value. I think one thing that is really killing us, we don't value ourselves. All of us need to be doing, not just the leaders alone. Because if we are doing something wrong, the leaders are doing something wrong. If one or two persons can stand up and tell the leaders that this thing you are doing is wrong, they will change. But all of us celebrate even the people who are doing something wrong. We do celebrate them. All of us. We no longer look into the value, that value that we were raised as an African. My mother saw me when I'm doing something that is wrong. Even if she's not educated, she will tell me this thing is wrong. And I will change. Parents are no longer training children the way it's supposed to be trained. We've left everything. We want people to continue discovering us. Why can't we discover ourselves? I think it has to do with the mindset. We all need to change our thinking. We need to change a lot of things. So if we are patriotic to our country or to our home, so people, if they come to township, they will not go to their village again. They say they will kill them. Who will build your village for you? Is it somebody from another place that will come and build your community for you? You have to start from your home. Since you cannot change your father's name, you cannot change your country. Please remember that you come back home to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I may.
The International Conference on Business Management and Leadership is a place to learn. We have a lot to discuss. At the end, I think we're going to come up with a good policy at the end of this conference. Let's have Professor Patrick Rajan to take over for just 5 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Pratik Nimlekar from India. Namaste. I'm a scientist, global educator, distinguished professor, counselor, and international speaker. So Africa is not the future. Africa is the now. The future of global innovation resilience, and human potential is being written here, and it is being written in digital code. So, honorable dignitaries, esteemed organizers of the Avedu Institute of Business Management and Leadership, distinguished faculty, scholars, policymakers, and my fellow change makers, a very warm greeting to all of you from India, the land of knowledge and resilience. So, it is both an honor and privilege to be part of this transformative conversation in that heart of Africa, a continent that is not only rising but reimagining its future with clarity and boldness. Now, we are not, see, we are not merely witnessing change in Africa. We are living through a revolution. And Africa stands at the epicenter of this global transformation. At this moment in history, the continent is not defined by its past challenges, but by its present energy and its future promise. So today, education, technology, and the unstoppable aspirations of African youth are converging, not gradually, but with exponential force to redefine the very meaning of work, growth, and global relevance. Let us reflect on this truth. See, Africa has the youngest population in the world. By the year 2050, 1 in every 4 workers on the planet will be African. So imagine the power of that workforce. Imagine the innovation, the creativity, the solutions yet to be born. This is not just a democratic statistics. It is a democratic superpower. But here is the critical truth. A superpower is only powerful when it is activated. So we must not wait for the world to recognize Africa. We must prepare Africa to lead the world. And how do we do that? So we invest in the right education, we nurture the right skills, we create the right platforms, and above all, we leap into the digital future, because the leap that Africa must take is not incremental, it is exponential. And we cannot follow the paths others walked slowly. So we must leap across decades of technological and industrial evolution by embracing digital transformation as a vehicle for justice, access, and innovation. Now the spark is already lit. You can see it in the eyes of teenage girl in Kigali coding her first application. You can hear it in the voice of young entrepreneur in Nairobi pitching a climatic idea on WhatsApp. You can feel it in the hands of a farmer in Ghana using AI-based mobile tools to predict crop cycles. So this is the Africa that the world doesn't see often enough. But this is the Africa that is rising. So Africa doesn't need catch-up. Africa is ready to lead boldly, digitally, and unapologetically. But the question remains, will we provide the education to fuel it? Will we offer the skills to sustain it? Or will we design a future work that works for Africa? So the answer must be yes. Because if we invest in people before profit, it platforms before politics, and in innovation before imitation, then Africa will not just be a participant in the global narrative, it will author the next chapter. And history will not say that Africa was the last to arrive. It will say that Africa redefined the destination. So education must transform, from content to context. There is a call to reimagine learning for Africa's digital destiny. The world we are, preparing our students for no longer exists. The old education models built for a world of certainty, conformity, and control were designed to produce followers, not leaders. They were engineered for routine tasks, not for resilient thinkers. These models prepare students for a predictable future. But the future we now face is anything but predictable. In this age of disruption where artificial intelligence is writing poems, machines are analyzing emotions, and digital economies operate 24/7, we cannot afford to teach students to simply remember. We must teach them to respond, to reimagine, and to reinvent. Let us be very clear. Linear learning cannot prepare minds for exponential change. Africa cannot afford to educate its youth for the jobs of yesterday. We must equip them for the opportunities of tomorrow, many of which do not even exist yet. We must shift from rote memorization to real-world problem solving, from rigid curricula to flexible, modular, skill-aligned pathways, and from teacher-led instruction to learner-centered exploration and co-creation. So let us not just teach what to think, but how to think. Let us not just assess knowledge, but nurture wisdom. Education must be contextual, adaptive, and experiential. It must move beyond the 4 walls of a classroom into the heartbeat of communities, startup, local challenges, and global dialogues. So we need to go from global to local, a new learning mindset. Africa's education must become global, GLOCAL, globally competent to engage with cutting edge innovation and international markets, locally relevant to solve the real challenges of the people, from sustainable farming to public health, from clean energy to fitness access. Let every school in Kigali, Lagos, Accra, and Nairobi not only teach coding but also creativity. Let them teach digital literacy, yes, but equally design thinking, critical inquiry, and ethical leadership. So let us raise a generation of African learners who are curious enough to question the world, skilled enough to reshape it, and brave enough to read it. So this is no longer a luxury, this is a continental necessity. In this moment, Africa has a voice. We can either borrow outdated education models from a world that is already shifting, or we can build new blueprints of learning, inclusive, innovation driven, and unapologetically African, that inspire not just degrees but destinies. And let us choose the latter. Let us build a future of education that builds Africa. The skills revolution is now. The fourth industrial revolution is not on the horizon. It has already arrived, reshaping industries, economies, and human interactions with relentless speed. So across the globe, autonomous is rewriting job descriptions, AI is predicting behavior, blockchain is redefining trust, and data is driving decisions in every sector, from agriculture to healthcare, finance to education. And Africa is not a passive witness to this revolution. Africa is a participant and, more importantly, a potential pioneer. So let us be clear: AI, blockchain, data science, cybersecurity, and fintech are not just buzzwords for the elite. They are job categories. They are growth industries. They are tools of empowerment for the youth of Africa. And a single application from a remote Rwandan village can now reach a global market. A data analyst trained in a digital bootcamp in Nairobi can support a tech company in New York. A blockchain powered cooperative in Ghana can bring transparency to farming collectives. So the question is no longer will jobs change? The question is, are we preparing people fast enough to change with them? So human skills for a digital future is now needed. Yes, the future is digital, but let us not forget the future of work is not technological, it is profoundly human. In a world of machines that can mimic thought, it is emotion, ethics, and empathy that will set us apart. We must nurture critical thinking to question systems and imagine better ones, communication and collaboration to bridge cultures and co-create solutions, emotional intelligence to lead with compassion in a volatile world. Just give me a minute, I'm just winding up. Resilience and adaptability to pivot in the face of uncertainty. So this is what we need in Africa. And my closing remark, from potential to power, let me close with this thought. We often speak of Africa's potential, but potential is passive. It waits. Power is active. It moves. And let us not wait for the future. Let us build it. Let us move from policy to practice, vision to venture, curriculum to competence. Let us unleash the digital destiny of Africa, not as an echo of the West, but as a voice of its own. And when the world looks back, may they say, here in Kigali of all places, they did not just talk about the future of work, they worked the future into reality. Thank you. Let us rise digitally. Let us rise together. With this, congratulations to all the dignitaries, respected audience, awardees, and my fellow colleagues for giving me opportunity to express my thoughts on such a wonderful topic. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll continue like this. I don't know. This conference don't need to end. We have a lot to discuss. Can we have Ambassador Armstrong? Is he still online?
Yes.
Just 1 minute, go to a message from him. Connecting from South Africa. Armstrong, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. It's been very enlightening. I just want to lend a voice to the ongoing discourse, both what the professor just elaborated on, and also the previous discussion on brain drain and the issue of the quality of education in Africa. Now, I was born in Nigeria, and I've lived, outside Nigeria for quite a while. started as a sportsman and played abroad and retired and went into business. But basically, the idea is what I think about even the subject matter that we just heard, very profound from the professor. The truth of the matter is, I believe that the problem of Africa is to reposition itself to take advantage of all that it can leverage. What I mean by that is we must develop strategic leadership. What I mean by that as well is that, look, strategy is about positioning, and strategy are simply set of integrated set of choices that determines where you position yourself to play and how to win where you've chosen to play. And that's what it ought to be. We know what is obtainable in the world now. We should be thinking strategic leadership. Where do we want to be, today, tomorrow, in the next decade? It's about positioning. And strategy is simply choices. What are the choices we have made as the African continent in every sphere? It could be economic, governmental, or educational, whatever. It's about positioning. And I'm happy that some of the issues we're talking about in this conference is very sensitive. And it speaks to the core of our competencies, and the things that we look as Africans. I've been around the world briefly, and currently living in South Africa. Someone says Africans are talented, and I said, look, Africans generally, Nigerians to be specific, have held their ground wherever they go, in whatever field. But it's a question of positioning. It must be first, whether individual or family oriented, it could be country based, it could be the continent. So it's about strategic leadership. And that is why a conference like this is very, very crucial. I mean, the takeaway from all I have heard so far, it sounds to me we are talking positioning. We need to position ourselves to succeed. Thank you for the time given. I don't want to exceed the time. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How is South Africa today?
Great, hey, great.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate the greeting.
Thanks, Doc.
Okay, why Professor Dr. Pratik was giving his ill remark, we have one of our big honorable that just walked in. No other person down, Honorable Victor Ben. Please, sir. That was very grateful. Put your hands together for me. One of assembly member, and so pastor assembly members by state. If I'm right. Thank you, sir. You're very welcome. I don't know. Can we just rise from our feet? We'll just take 1 minute exercise. Then we go back to fresh. People want to speak. What will lead us? If you know how to do it, just 1 minute. Who can lead us? Any student to lead us for exercise? I'm from. Well, no, let me get back to the Dr. Man, please can you come? Thank you.
Okay, we are always advised in the office after working for so long, we should just get up and walk around, or we just do so that you're not doing much because you are not in the right field. So we just do something. Proud, just small, then now do your stretch your hands. You the hand stretch. The hand stretch. Just come. That's for your use. For your use. Like you don't sweat. Okay, the next one is going to be like this. You know that you're standing somewhere, maybe just do a few minutes.
The tables will not allow us.
Yes, I know. Maybe you can walk outside of the space, and then another one that you can just do. Can you put your hands on your shoulders now? Okay. The two hands was just one. You can do the two. You can come. Just do the two. And then roll your hands. Small. Honorable, your own is not moving. Move it. Yeah. I think we are done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we call on lead presenter,
Yes.
take over the work, is Africa a safe place for us to live? Is Africa a safe place for us to live? If no, what can we do to protect ourselves? Who want to say something? Is Africa a safe place for us to live? People are traveling every day. Japa, they want to leave the country. So when they leave, who will not sustain? If Africa is not safe, what can we do to make it a safer place for us all to live and enjoy? Yesterday, I've been there for yesterday. Yesterday, I mean, while we were coming to Kigali, one China guy was with me in the same plane, and we became friends together. I asked him what is your name. I said, Dr. David. He said, you're too young. I said, yes, sir. In Nigeria, we don't do with education. No matter anything that happens in Nigeria, I'm proud to be in Nigeria. Even if I travel to anywhere, I will still come back to Nigeria. And I told my people, I'm not relocated to anywhere. Today, it's the same product. What is happening, people from abroad is having what? Connecting with us in Nigeria. It's God wonderful. What you're looking for in abroad, you have it just at your domain. So what are you going there for? So when the China man says something to me, say, Dr. David, I resigned from my work. I said, why? What happened? They killed 2 people in Benin, including the army man. You want me to stay there? My life is at risk. Let me go back to my country and face my business. So the question is, Africa is a safe place for us to live? If not, what can we do to protect ourselves? You want to say something? Okay. Honorable sir. Please, we should not be tired. We are here to learn.
Good afternoon. Good morning once again. Good morning. I, as an individual, I want to believe that Africa is a safe place to live. Because whether we like it or not, nowhere is safer than Africa, anywhere in the world. It depends on, like I said before now, 1, the mindset, 2, strengthening the institutions, 3, value orientation, and then leadership. What you will find outside Africa can be replicated in Africa if we are desirous of making it work. Like erudite prof said, leadership issues. So I want to believe Africa is a safe place to live. Wherever you find yourself and you say there are issues of security and all that. And again, we should try and strengthen our media space. Sorry to say, the other people from the Western world, there are certain things that happen on a daily basis in their places. They don't blow it as high as the way they blow it in Africa. You see some countries, these few days I heard US gave, what's it called again? Something alert to their citizens that they shouldn't go to XY places in Nigeria and all that. But in their cities, people die every day. But it depends on how we too can strengthen our media organizations to protect what we have, not to demarket Africa, and then talk highly of Africa. Like I said, even in my first speech, look at where we are today, a wonderful and serene environment. The people are there are certain things ordinarily we that came from Nigeria and other part of Africa are expected to see. It's not here. Discipline, the way they have agreed to keep themselves. So that can be replicated in every part of Africa. If the leader stands right, we will follow. Just like the general saying, they say, Professor Momley, we follow. If we are ready and willing to follow, Africa will be a better place. So my take is that nowhere in this world is safer than Africa. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you. We're not going to waste time again. I want to say this to all African citizens. If you study in Africa, you are the best. If you study in Africa, the universities in Africa, you are the best. Practical example of most of my friends that left Nigeria to abroad. In Nigeria, if a lecturer taught you a noun is the name of a person, animal, place, or thing, come to exam questions. My father went to the market. He went from year to year to year to year to year to year. Critically, holistically, justify your answer, no less than 2 to 3 words, pages. But abroad is not like that. What is a noun? Simple questions. They give you, but they also give to you, and they expect you to give them back. And that is why once you go abroad, you see first class, first class, first class. But in Nigeria, to maintain that first class, you must only God. We are the best. And we try. If you can survive in Africa, you can survive anywhere you are in the world. We are living in a very safe environment. The past they take over there, here we enjoy free of charge. Everything. But yet we don't value what we have. At this point, on the standing position, let's welcome the lead representative and representative. Professor Q. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on established support, and on behalf of my boss, at the party, even though there's a relationship between his paper and what I'm talking later, the record section. Now, what is the topic here? Is anchoring on the main theme of education, excuse me, job work after work, which is 4 components or 3 components. Well, before I go, let me say that all this discussion, all this while has centered on they have almost done the job. They have almost critically done the job. The issue is that is the portions of whatever position. And if what is the better road? Now, let's look at it this way. Having said that, I'm going to look at it from a different perspective, government. All the ground from this discussion, centered on education. We are here, we have been educated. Like the question somebody asked me, why are we hearing doctors for this conference? I said, not only as an international conference, but I course for the leader. But I opened this afternoon only to see that there are those who want to actually as upcoming. So, gentlemen at the back of this, congratulations for being into this presentation. But then, I want to say that a lot of things happen in Africa. All what we never got to dissect here is that what are the challenges of education? Has education propelled Nigeria? If not, why and how? As soon as we get that issue sorted out, and start to this problem. Further development, looking at the first or that. So anyway, I want to first and foremost thank the clever people across here. So people of them, not only as policymakers, only see them as educators, stakeholders who are working to make sure that this country is for us in terms of having it. Now, let's start. What is education? As soon as we define that concept of education, we're looking at activities of how to solve them. One, say education is a process. Which means everything we do here is not all the way. If we're planning here, how is the planning there? So it's an issue of individual. Like my friend would like to say, individual. Leadership. Why would there be security in the place where we have a local government chairman that is taking people's security to the It's not possible. You can't give the security for to develop and security. And if you don't do it, of course, I'll not be security. And that's why we see that. Sorry, they are approaching. But the politicians of this country have kept us. Why would they create a three? We have a three-stamp society. The rich and the poor and the middle. Why the middle class? They are so bastardized in the middle. Either you belong to the poor or the rich. And last education was mostly solving the problem of the middle class. So education is a process. And if it's a process of being what? Acquiring skill, finding, understanding true matter. We are here with acquiring value. If we are asked to say how much we are possible to have here for this conference, people will understand. But if we come out with a communique at the end of this conference, anywhere we dump it is just for rituals. It's not for the action. There are problems that we have solved and students get into research, provide solutions, and present them, and government will give to one person. But every of our papers here are addressable. We'll get there. So we're trying to say that education has to do refine a lot of things. What is education really for? Education with capacity development, we think of cognitive ability, we do a critical thinking and problem solving, and at the same time cultivation of personal sociality. Because as soon as you're educated, you're already out of poverty. That's what we say is a total deviation of our beings. That's what gets us where we are. And to crown it all, we have said that education is a lifelong endeavor that shapes individual and society. Highly educated society are those societies that have a lot to do in understanding and knowledge. With education tells us a lot of things. One, how to think makes you critical. Two, how to work properly. Three, how to make decisions. As soon as you're educated, decision will be taken with everything. Because you must be critical, analyzing issues because you seem to be uneducated. That's why educated sound get. Now, going beyond that, first education also contributes to the human development. When you start from that part of education, get your first BSc, it finds you from what used to be primary, takes you up again to start. And that's why we used to say, in those my students of those days, when you talk about somebody doctor, it's not that he's a dog fowl, because doctor has a lot to do with please hold your dollar in any country. As soon as you're asking doctor in any country, you are holding your what? Because you're innovative and creative. If you say that the doctor is looking at everything someone gives you, they're not critical. They're applying it to somebody. So that's why you say, as soon as doctor needs, that's always fully what. Yes. Because it must be innovative and creative or what. No matter how it is. So education will be employment and identify you. Someone that you will live for innovation and discover. If you come here like some of us came to this now, I mean, not only for this conference. I'm having the 2 books to write, I'm already writing them. So talking to you, I've got 25 pages, 225 pages here, 147. Before I go, look at me, why? I'm only here. I think that something is practical. We need to be educated. That's the only way we can navigate through the process. Now, going beyond that, with education, people can get good jobs and jobs. We can teach ourselves how to communicate. Because without education, we can speak the word at all. And it is easy to communicate accurately. So with that, education solves problems and understand the world better. Say, like Professor Fukushima will say, if you're educated, the world has problem. Just be interacting in the classroom. So knowledge makes life easier and more meaningful. So much knowledgeable, use a lot of things. Now, but what is an argument over time? Is that to do what is natural or human beings made easy. You know that education can solve 2 problems. One of the problems education can solve is that no matter how natural or human disaster can be, value of education. You hear that disaster here, so that they will not apply education because education is different. So that's what I call the 10-point agenda for the education post. If you agree that to take us, next item looking at here is the skills development. One, Education should be for a happy and stable life. Educated man is always happy. And what? Because education brings food to the table. 2, education will help you earn money. Because the mentor one of the conductors I used to have doing this. You need to go to school, but you're right to become a conductor. And the question is, how do you give somebody balance? If somebody gives you 10 naira and say, give me my balance, and you didn't give balance, it means you have done a little arithmetic, which is part of education. Now, 2, education plays a major role in human empowerment, women empowerment, side. Because all those women, even these bride prices are the change. If you're a doctor as a woman, the bride price is quite different from if you are a professor and somebody is going to marry you, there is a bride price for a professor. So education requires to really play one role in women empowerment. Because the more you empower, the more you know, no woman wants to be a housewife anymore. Get this degree, get it of it, get it. And men are so happy. Even if not, I just go home and say, sorry, my wife is a professor. Injury and emotion. So, beyond that, education turns your dream to reality. Some don't know what to do, but with investment is one kind of issue that people should take it about. Can't get it, drive the project by the way. So what does education do? Education makes the world a safer land, a more peaceful, if nothing. They're talking about different languages. That's one language that is a bit about which is so you can see them points agenda. Then I understand education makes you confident. Students are proud to say that you would like to defend that education. But 8, education helps us to become a useful member of society. Because at the point they will say, is that are you sure it's a doctor? So it molds your character. Immediately you get share on level of that. But now, number 9, education will equally help for economic growth of the nation. All the intents of people that are planning strategically positioned to develop green policies and ideas and all that. It's because they are educated. I've never seen the why they say the minister or the shop. Never done before. But I think about it. You must bring people that are particularly strong to drive that particular industry. That's what you know. Education, what that saves you from being good, cheated, or fooled. As soon as you're educated, nobody can do you. You say crap, it's strong, that's right. So the principle what that we'll be talking about is to create men or creating men and women that are capable of doing things right professionally. So education, whether we like it, for food or for some other issue. So that I want to say that education, by virtue of what we're thinking about, has a lot to do in measuring how strong we are. But there are things we must appeal to for us to have in Nigeria, in anywhere. 1, we should think of investment in education as a nation so that we can get evidence for 1. 2, government need to prioritize education because everything you see, they are giving more money in political play. Anytime we say, how long some of us who benefited for scholarship, survive. And that's what didn't today we are getting from government that has vision in terms of private education. Instead of we have a rally that's coming up with good sound, at the time they are putting on billions. We must think by thinking that education should give us value for the society. And of course, allocate sufficient resources to it. Anytime we look at our budget of education, we know in terms of where we be, that was somebody was saying about security. Do you know how much we vote for security now? All the budget will be set up for insecurity. Still, we're not being secure. So it's good for thinking of what to do. That's why people do that section of this one. Now, looking at critically, we said there should be skill development. Having touched at what education needs to be, I say that despite all this, education has to be important, it's prospect. There tends to be a challenge in it in our continent, Africa. That is why this conference is here to address this issue of our currency of education, develop Africa, and to propose strategy that transforming this education system to prepare our youth for better tomorrow. So that when we try to inform the demand of global economy, which is competitive in terms of digital drive, be able to think of what to do and see that education resources. Having known that, let us look at it to say that our continent is unique. And the challenges and opportunity is how to see that skills development align with technological advancement and economic everywhere in the world. To do this, there is issue or roles of partnership. The educational institution with government, with private sector, so that we can foster skills and development and ensuring a smooth transition to the future of the world. Otherwise, what we call the world of work. Today, you can no longer be using those antiquated technology at work. You'll be modernizing your skills, knowledge. That has come with age. Now you see that WhatsApp, internet, Google, people are there. So if you don't cope with that, then trouble. So what are those challenges that have kept Africa or the continent in this type of significant development? See, the infrastructure government would have provided, they are lacking of it. If a company comes today, a country to think about the future of the world, you spend a lot of millions in the buying company in terms of diesel, fuel. But if it was possible, there was very direct challenges in terms of electricity. By now, people are working because the money that they would have used to spend in those enough to expand the industry and at the same time create a different level, which is a big reason to Nigeria as a nation. Not only Nigeria, to the country, but I think I'm very surprised to give kudos to this country. But we came and not seen that like the last one. It's very, very big thing. In Nigeria, they thought that if we had come with our touch, we would be disappointed. Because it's an added load that thought that we would have been like fortunately. So let the Ghanaians or what have you still keep it up, because that's a way to enhance quality, concern, resource, so that digital divide continue not to be our living. Now, what is the step towards this development? First, government action must be really practical. What we mean by that, government should improve access to quality of education by increasing investment. Of course, teachers' training should be encouraged, enabling some people for students to take an outcome. There should be international cooperation. So that global organization will partner with us so that they can fund education. Because our problem is infrastructure financing. Because if we have all those that matter, things that keep us moving, we'll reach expertise and support we need. We should promote quality. Because if we say that quality, where community engagement are addressed barriers such as early marriage and child involved, it's an issue. Because sometimes, if you know that you cannot make it in terms of education, in short ways is to make sure that you marry. Part of what we see today as adults, in terms of university, in terms of joining one programs, and that they never had opportunity at any time. If they had opportunity, some of them would have better. But as this is not coming, see, you have a beautiful woman, man comes, you go to marry. And later, you get to study and understand the importance of education, which you now think of going back. At that point, you are now starting another education where you see you have almost run the education street because of that so so there should be sure promoting equality, perhaps major. And Africa should be able to tackle some of these issues of social economic factor so that we remain cornerstone of opportunity in action problems. Now, selling or skills development for 21st century, we're saying that national development should depend heavily on economic growth and social well-being. We should no longer be thinking of what it takes outside the box. Inside the box is how the economic growth. How do the social well-being of our citizens becomes? Create the social development that people can key into it and continue to survive. So that there will be industrial advancement, technology input, and efficient vaccine movement. Trade training for digitalization. Well, to learn that, like what was a problem now in Nigeria, where you see that all people coming from local schools, primary schools, and secondary schools are asked to come and write jam, modern city. At the end of the day, they are not knowledgeable about the computer. So how do you subject them to write multiple tests of exam? The computer, when some are not even what computer is about, it's normal. So we're saying, can we get into the money of industrial advancement and technology, start them home? The money people think that when they use and give people to buy rice and order, use it and open infrastructure development that people can come and learn computers and order so that they can compete favorably. In order to improve that skill development, that will enhance productivity, create value addition, and make future workforce, so that when citizens are fulfilled, the aspiration for well-being, making skill, a strategy priority. Now, we are looking at how do we inform this demand for the future workforce of our youth. You see that they didn't have a very high level of youth population. What have we been doing? How do we address it? In the common local parlance, they said, in scripture, they say, go here and multiply. This is how you multiply. Is there any social drive? You know, if I say you are cautious that you have at least two, even if it's women try. These days in Nigeria, we've started to understand that if you have women children, are the best, because they always think of the parents at old age. But the men are not thinking of their wife and their children. So in a way, it's not how much or how well or how many you have, but how you're able to invest in them. Otherwise, somebody will say, I have 2 girls. Let me just make it 3. 1 man to see. I plan to struggle for 1 man, 2 boys has come again. So you're having 5. At the end of the game, you want 7. That's why we see that the population is sad. So we're saying, can we have opportunity to encourage this evolving technological literacy so that the ability of that create opportunity for emerging technology, informally, by digital literacy, skill, adaptation and continuing learning by addressing technological change, then that will be able to bring that on skills down so that we can invest in that education. Now, we need to create opportunity for skill development by accessing some resources. How have we been able to cope with resources we have? We have abandoned resources, but opportunity to tap them. That's why we need infrastructure. Very, very important. You go to university, you see that in every graduation, they roll out petroleum engineers on quite in a very high level. But at the place where I come from, in the Goni land, we have resources there. But we cannot oil. Why? Because we don't have secrets. Oil. Instead, there's a production that comes down. Oil is in overseas. Because as engineers are being told on what to do and how to do it. By now, you mean that Nigeria have been independent from 1960 today. We don't know how to extract oil, and we're running out through chemical engineering. What they need is infrastructure. What they need is going to on how to develop their skills, what they have, application in the future. The chance we have are not only things that we're going to face the global force so that level can have reached in terms of the aging economy. 2, we need a skill demands. Technologies, engineers, congratulations today that one of our own here, about to step to Kigali and been a vice chancellor of the university. To be talking about technology too, to be talking about development, to be talking about oil. So we're saying that there should be a skill match. So that in this skill match, graduate students are qualifying in this area for which we require industrial need. And the solution should be how to transform a higher education, industry aligned training, so education and skill one level. So that when the policy shifts from government, satisfy professionals who should project infrastructure and energy that will efficiency and competitiveness in terms of our industry. So that the future output of our investment, of our collaboration, among government, industry, and education institution can be very inclusive and be driving this global effort so that we can lead the infrastructure and the global power in our nation. To that extent, we need to say straight. What I will say, we need to conclude in a simple way to say that after the social sector is evolving with its enormous challenges. But to address this issue, we must first talk of issue of accessing teachers training, digital resources. So much that, like as I've said, we must have all these challenges addressed. What are those challenges? The challenges is what I've put here as part of our conception for the so that we will go to see that our conception framework in terms of what we need to do as a nation is very, very challenging. What is that conception framework? Conception framework, we'll be talking about those things that are giving us headache in not improving. One, lack of access to education. Some countries, continent, no school. 2, poverty. 3, quality. Then you go gender inequality. Girls are often at disadvantage. Early marriages, gender-based violence, low government funding, so much that a lack of allocation of funds, inadequate resources in universities, lack of basic infrastructure. You mean government will appoint a factor for university. From year to year, no subvention. They ask them to use their resources. How do they survive? Whereas electricity consumption to keep a university on must be there. If not, the students will run. You subject one to doing activities of his own. In those days, when they make you a vice chancellor of a university, before the end of the month, government has a subvention to support the school fees of where you get the revenue. But this is not there. But let us say that we are trying to produce politicians that will come not only to man and man, they vote money for such subvention. There is shortage of qualified teachers. How many teachers are going to the training? Overcrowded classroom. To even employ is difficult. You'll be teaching the students about 300 or something in the class. How would they absorb? Others are bad. Either touching phone or making their abilities and all that. Because no teacher. To create employment is not there. Inadequate teachers training, overcrowded classroom, low teacher salary. Of course, where will we know Java? When the professor's salary is lower than that of the castle. I visited one of my castle friends. And you know what he told me? Sorry, sir, we are going to look at wardrobe allowance. One wardrobe allowance. And that's about 2.5 million. Wow. And some of us don't even know what it takes. Not only wardrobe allowance, by the time you know it, there are cars allowance, there are, but one professor who taught these people, one doctor who taught them, don't even understand what the salary is about. That's why I've always said, all my students in my time, you must sleep on paper. Enjoy the certificate. I think I know that. My prof, are we communicating? Of course, it must be the certificate. Because if this was there, one day I ask question, if the government is for salary, the salary were committed, is well committed. That's why last time we said that a committed worker is a worker that have an income issues. So what is it? When you go, when the salary is supposed to go, has not what do you do? So we are taking that poverty and instability or school time evidence right, social confusion, schools are often targeted, limited access, teacher shortage, outdated curriculum. Because people are still going back to begin to learn something that is not towards the industry. If these are challenges are faced head on by government, in a way, try to salvage us from this issue of non-performance in education. We will be going somewhere in that world. That's why we have to say that Africa can create a better future for their students with the support of government, international partners, and the private sector. Education in Africa can continue to prove in what next generation to strive rapidly toward. This will only be done when the country fails to invest or that if the country can afford it. African NGOs, government must work together, invest in education, particularly to see that our infrastructure is meeting the demands of the time. Of course, in reality. So that would, we are putting some recommendation that can move our education so that this development can be prepared for the future workforce in Africa. One, there should be increased investment in education. African government need to prioritize education and allocate sufficient resources. We should leverage on the technology by giving it a priority. Thus, we should break the digital divide and utilize it for innovation and solution. Three, there should be regional cooperation. Strengthening regional cooperation can facilitate education, sharing, and resource mobilization. Of course, all this, if we begin to look at it from this perspective, education will go to this place because the challenge that is implemented today has a lot about society because education will create a leveling environment so that the weak institutions will sit up and make sure that we have the men who should not only focus on education, but that they will encourage themselves in getting into poverty. In this extent, we should strengthen this cooperation, facilitate knowledge share. We should prioritize education, then make budget allocation as an essential disparity. Of course, there should be curriculum reform. We should move beyond what we used to do from cultural to now modern. so that if our curriculum can meet the mindset, fostering enthusiastic thinking, critical thinking, creativity, problem solving. At the end of the day, doing teachers training, that will have formal investment. At the end of the time, implementing a language policy, changing to students, so that African government can see education as a lot supported by national development. Having said that, I want to say today, until we have ethical value and we have politic reorientation, the opportunity for infrastructure. This try to make recognition which is not to those who are working on the tendency of strengthening our institution. Give us room for the education and competition. Having said this, the type of course, holistic profoundly to this August discussion. Thank you for listening.
Can we celebrating? Can we celebrating high elephant? Let's celebrate our brother. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The digital call. That's our seat. Wow. Interesting. Any questions? Contributions before we go for tea? Any questions? Contributions before we go for tea break? Okay.
My name is Barrister Daniel Owe. I want to make some contribution. The kind of education we have been encouraging should not be the Western education based on certificate and technology. I say this because the Westerners started before us. As somebody said here, they came and discovered us and then impacted in us their own value. So if we are pursuing this, their education, we will never meet them. And we can never take our position as Africans from the world position. You see, what makes them Westerners, what makes them economically viable, came from Africa. You want to the world power, you come to Africa, you take uranium, you take minerals, they go there and do it. They need petroleum energy, they come here in Africa and take crude oil and go back there. So, what I'm trying to say in effect is we should not encourage Western education above skill. The country where I came from, Nigeria, sometimes we see children use wood to develop aeroplane. Sometimes they try to make it rise above the earth, but it cannot go far. I watched some of them do caterpillar and payloader, carry sand and put in a wooden tipper they constructed. Our leadership see all these things and abandon them. They have skill because they don't have certificate. They didn't go to university, don't call them engineer. Then after the certificate, they cannot do this thing that these children have potential embedded in them. Let's talk about refinery. In the aircraft where I was coming, I met a friend from India. I said, where do you work? Do you live in Nigeria? He said, no. I work in Nigeria. I work in Dangote refinery. I teach myself. We have petroleum institutes. The graduates we produce cannot develop refinery. But there are some who did not go to university, did not study petroleum engineering. They are extracting crude oil and doing what they call bonfire. These people need to be encouraged. It's a skill. If you want to do it like the Westerners, you need to compete with them, get their materials, get their equipment before you can do it like them. But these people have started in their own skill way. So let not this conference end up with academic exercise. Let's go back. Thank God we have educationists here. We have lawmakers here. We have people in government. We have entrepreneurs here. Let's go back and encourage the young ones to come up with this their skill. We have NGO people here. Let NGOs sponsor them so that these skills can be developed in African way. We've talked so much about going abroad for medicine, but I tell you, some of the sicknesses that Western materials and medicine cannot cure, God has given us plants and herbs that can cure those things in Africa. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, we are thank you all. Professor, is it possible to have or to include in our curriculum maybe a fashion design school or maybe any of the, I don't know how I can put it, because you know even in NYSC,
techniques, what are they doing? So it's already, it's not just about the university.
No, the NYSC or the graduate who serve for 1 year for Nigeria, spend in camp. What exactly do they do in that? Because you know, it's very important. If I decide to do something for 2 weeks, give me 2 weeks to do something, I will give you the best result. Not even 2 weeks, 1 week. 1 week. Okay, Prof.
Let me just say something. Thank you very much for the question you have posed. I know as a Commissioner for Education some time ago, we have good policies in the country. Our problem is implementation. The last but one program I attended before I resigned as the Honorable Commissioner for Education was the UBE stakeholders forum, as I may call it. And we were reviewing documents that were being proposed for implementation at the universal basic education level across the country in Nigeria. What was the target? Or what is the target? The target is to make every child who passes through the basic education to have at least 2 skills before he gets that basic education certificate. The policy is designed in a way that in every school, when I raise the question, I also tell the question I raised there. In every school in the country, at the basic education level, you will have an agreement or partnership with renowned auto mechanical trainers, or as we call them. Those the tailoring, welding, and you just name it. So, and the program is planned in a way that every Friday, let me say every day in a week, each of the classes will go for practical training. It's not just academic training. That is why the partnership is with those renowned auto mechanics, all those renowned tailors or whatever you call them. So they teach these children these skills at this level. And from basic education 1 to basic education 9, as the case, which is what we call the gesture, as the case may be. And it was also proposed that at the senior secondary level, you do the advanced level of this practical. So at the end of the day, by the time you have left the secondary school or high school, as we call it in most other countries, you have acquired skills that will enable you to sustain your life without necessarily going to the higher institution if you don't have the capacity. I know that other countries like Germany, everybody doesn't go to university. Some people stop at the technical or vocational training and make living out of it. Some stop at the polytechnics And those who want to go into the academic world, go to the university and keep philosophizing as the case may be. That is what we need to adopt in Africa. In Nigeria, in our university system, they want to introduce a course called entrepreneurship. The problem is, to what extent are we implementing the philosophies behind this entrepreneurship that we have developed, both from the undergraduates and also the postgraduates? But I want to say that there's good news, because I have one of the people that didn't come with the CPAS. I wish I came with it. Good standard CPAS is produced by 300 level students in my university. So beautiful. If they put it, what do you call it, Italy, I know we'll rush it. But it already is not branded anyway. But I've used that CPAS for 2 years and some months now. High quality. People also making pins. So at the end of the day, tailoring. This dress I'm wearing here was produced by my former students at the University of Port Harcourt. They learned the skill at the international level and took it further. When he left the university after the Y.Y.C., he came back and attested to, a tailoring, shop, or as best may be. I saw him 2 years after. He said, "Sir, I can make good dresses now," and I smiled. He took my measurement and gave me something that was good. And since then, for the past 4 years, it's my major design. I remember when he left school, I was director in the university. Initially, he said, "Sir, can you give me employment? I know you are in charge of casual staff resources that within your powers." I said, "Unfortunately, we didn't have space for you." But the man helped himself. So, "Can you give me a space, a little space in the university? Let me be doing this online registration of students for exams and all whatnot." Since I was in charge, I gave him. That was where he started from. I raised little capital and went to improve himself before. So what am I trying to say? That is what is operational outside this continent, and people are doing well. It's also encouraging, like I say, in my university, at the end of that course on entrepreneurship, you must produce something. And those who have taken that seriously have developed skills that have enabled them to sustain. Most of them ask them, if you have a job of 500,000, which is about how many $1,000, how many $100? $300. Will you be able to do? Say, what for? I don't need that kind of thing. But I'm even employing somebody. I have 3 persons that work with and for me. So you can see, how it's growing. We have the policies. Is to implement these policies, make it mandatory, and you will see that over time, it will not be what just happened, a miracle overnight, but with time, the next vision for the next 10 years, that's what they tend to achieve. And I believe that Africa will overtake Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I appreciate it. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Secretary Tobe, I want to make some comments. I'm happy we have a professor of education history. Some time ago, I was studying privately because I paid myself privately a lot. I have come to realize that in our educational system, we have a gap. And the gap is in Nigeria. We focus too much on concepts, teaching our student concepts, teaching our student laws, teaching our student what is there, rather than training the mind. I believe firmly that education is not the learning of new concepts or old concepts, but training the mind to think.
Yeah.
Prof, just now when you were speaking, you talked about the students that through the entrepreneurship training in your school, you learned how to make dress. He went to a tailoring shop. Finally, he became a fashion designer. There's a difference between a tailor and a fashion designer. Because he has trained himself, not the school trained him. He has trained himself. That is why in course of your presentation, you said he became a fashion designer. He has trained his mind. He has emancipated himself from craftsmanship to a man that uses his mind to create concepts and get the craftsmen to build the concept for him. What we need in our educational system is training the minds of the students. If the mind of a man is not developed, in vain all you do. Because the man goes back to look for a white-collar job where he was not even trained in school what to do. By the grace of God, I'm also a businessman and employer of labor. There was a time in my lifetime I have over 250 staff. And I tell you this, I've employed people that are graduates from the university that when they sit down in the office, they can't do anything. They can't do anything. If you tell them to write a presentation, they can't. But they are graduates. Some of them, they graduated to 2-1. When they come, they speak English. But using the mind to construct things for the betterment of the organization, they can't. We now have to retrain them. We are supposed to be training people from our institutions that are ready to be employed and to add value to organizations. But no, it's not the kind of graduate who bring out in our institutions. So thank God we have erudite professors here that are leaders and head of reputable organizations, institutions in our land. Prof, my contribution is our curriculum and our pattern of teaching to be tweaked from concept to training the mind. That is when we have better graduates that will enhance the economy and productivity to achieve what we are looking for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, we just take, you want to say something? Okay. After you, then we go for break. When we come back.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Honorable Dr. Daniel Charles. I also, as a scholar, also identify a major gap in our educational system. And that gap is, while growing up, maybe even in the primary school, there are students who are outstanding or exceptionally good in mathematics. Because our legal luminary said something. He said we should not just pattern our educational system with the Western system because it will be very difficult for us to catch up with them. I think some of the reasons why we have refused to catch up with them is because we adopt their system, we import it, but in most cases, we don't do it like the way they are doing it. Mm-hmm. Let me just give an instance and I will stop. You can identify a child who is very good in mathematics. Over there, with the same educational system, what they do is, if they discover such person, either at the primary or secondary level, they send them to a specialized school, specialized area, depending on the area. If it's a math student, they, at that early age, they identify the person and send the person there. Not once, not twice. So you see that they tend to excel in that area. I've been privileged to attend a conference where a professor from one of these, I think, Eastern African, better from Kenya, gave us an instance. He said there was this young man from a less privileged home, a small boy. The boy wasn't going to school. So he just discovered the boy and said, what's the problem? So the boy told him that there is no money to go to school. So in course of relating with the young man, he discovered that the boy was so good. In fact, this is somebody who had not gone to school, but he was very good in the figures. So he interviewed the boy, identified him, promised to enroll him in a school. He enrolled him, and that particular boy started. That particular year, he became the best in the class, such that they have to give him double promotion. And the young man continued, and eventually, because of the involvement of this professor, he was able to direct the young man. And I think that young boy, from what we're told, became a professor in mathematics. But so many of us, like somebody, the VC of Aju, Professor Luchukoke, who was my supervisor in the University of Port Harcourt, while interacting with me, told me he was a science student. It was at the point he wrote jam to either study medicine or medical, one of these engineering courses. At that point, no way, so he had to switch over from sciences to economics. And today, thank God, he's a renowned economist. But the point I'm trying to make is that in our educational sector, we should also, I don't know how it can be done, but thank God there are commissioners of education and there are people, professors are here, and even some lawmakers are also here. What can we also do? Such brains are still rotting in our villages, in our communities. Outstanding students in maths, in ICT, some of them have not gone to school, but once you give them our phones, even our children, our little children, what they know, how can we now identify those people and guide them properly and send them, place them where they ought to be? Because so many people are in the wrong places as far as education is concerned. So that is a serious lacuna that is in our educational system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Can we celebrate it?
Thank you. I'm Pastor Keys, and I have few suggestions and comments. When you see most of African countries being either government institutions, we rely more on external funding on skill development. That's one of the major issues that hinders our development. We rely mainly on external funding. Why can't we invest, look for money within our means and train our people without waiting for external funding? That's one issue. Another issue that employers are not ready to pay for premium for skills. This also demotivates people to study or to add new skills, because even what they studied they didn't get. Why should I add yet? Even what I had, I'm not using it, or I'm not paid for it. Let's see, from academia, you have been maybe a tutorial assistant, promoted, but you can see even the money between those ranks, there is no difference. You find that you're a professor, but you're earning like even the student you taught, the graduate you taught can pay more than 14 professors within a university. And you wonder why you wasted your time doing your PhD, writing so many articles, and this also discourages. Last but not least, people in Africa, they prefer white-collar jobs vis-a-vis vocational skills, vocational training. They treat it as a poor cousin of the formal education. So those are issues. Then what do we need to do? African need to invest in empowerment, training, and even employment of youth, because that's where we have underemployment, majority in the youth, especially in the informal sector. So we need to uplift our informal sectors where people can do few things that I prefer to say and earn a living, not waiting for the white-collar jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, our food with cold. Let's go for break. Take a deep break. 30 minutes and we'll return back. Thank you very much. Please, let's go for tea break. That's right there. Thank you.
Okay, while they're going for break, let's acknowledge Reverend Professor Fabio Papa. Thank you so much for supporting us in this great event at Kigali. Our very own Dr. King David and his organization, Owedu Institute of Business Management and Leadership, ACOT, has decided to extend its wings to Kigali, Rwanda, Nigeria. That is where they are at the moment, conducting a very massive conference, leadership conference. So we are privileged to have been given opportunity to join them. And Ambassador Dr. King David has also been one of our lecturers for our ongoing Global Diploma Masterclass that we just round up, and our students are still working on their assignments and exams. He was also one of our lecturers during that time, and he was teaching us on management and leadership. Also, during that time of our lecture, of his own section, he also gave some of our students opportunity to write up, to present a paper. I mean, how do you call it now? Research paper. So 3 or 4 of them did very well, sir. Apart from the assignment we're giving them, apart from the lectures they are listening to, they also go out of their way to research and also to submit their papers. There's research papers to the institute where King David and his team, his lecturers are there, assessed their research papers and adopted their research papers into their conference magazine that they are doing today. And on top of it, they are also going to be given opportunity. That's why they are preparing. They're giving them the opportunity after they resume back from their break. Each one of them, about 3 that I've seen so far on the platform, will be presenting from their paper research. They've given them 5-minute slots, 3 of them, so that they can present. So we've done so very, very well, and we are proud of our students. And we are glad that Papa, one of our patrons, and Ambassador Bolatito Ayola is witnessing and will be watching our able students while they are presenting their papers, and they will be proud of them. So thank you, sir, for joining us.
That's good. That's good. Thank God for every one of us. It is a good thing that we expose our people.
Yes.
And to those of us who are actually exposed, please maintain integrity, make us proud of you. We are behind you and we'll still lift you up higher, 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 higher. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your support and your wisdom, sir. Thank you so much. I believe that Ambassador Bolatito, our matron as well, will be able to support and say 1 or 2 things to our students on the platform if she's available. Ambassador Bolatito Ayola is our patron from United Kingdom. We also want to appreciate the fact that the leader of Y.Y.C.I International has already been honored as the fellow doctorate while I came to Nigeria last year. And
that's good.
And I was also being appointed to be the chairperson of organizing this great event. So with their instructions, I have to find myself wearing this gown. You know,
That's good.
you know, I can't wait to finish and remove all this gown. I'm a very simple with my blouse and my jacket. Yeah, so that is why I'm wearing, because this morning they as the chairperson of this conference, I have to be also the keynote speaker so that I can encourage them and also congratulate them and welcome all the guests this morning. Even Dr. Jose Appleton from Appleton University, if you remember, sir, that she was also,
Yes.
yeah, we collaborated with them. He was the
Yes.
chairman for the conference.
Oh,
So
that's good.
he also joined us with his interpreter this morning. And he spoke very well about Africa, and I was so impressed. So he gave us a very, very inspiring lecture. I mean, inspiring speech this morning, and interpreted. He spoke in Spanish, and then the interpreter help us on English sign language. So we had that this morning. So it was amazing. So this conference has been amazing since 9 o'clock. They started, well, they started late as usual, but not very late. So, so we improved on that side. It was not the question of waiting till 1 hour before we start. No, they started actually earlier, even though they have to do some technical solve some technical issues this morning. But it was really a successful one. So that is why we are on this platform. And I want to appreciate you, sir, Papa, Reverend Professor Apabio. You stood by us as the father, as the patron, as my own Papa. I'm the only one getting that. And the leader in our society. And I believe that by the time they come back, before the paper presentation, they will also acknowledge you, sir, if you are still around when they come back from their break. Because they've asked me
How
to.
long will be the break?
I'm sure they will finish the break very soon, sir, because they still have some few lineups to do. They're going to honor some people, give them eminent ambassador. And I believe 1 or 2 people also are going to be graduating for their doctorate something, because they've gone through some courses. So they're going to decorate them today as well. And so there's still few things that they're still going to do, but I've told them that I will be switching off around 1:30 because I'll be going to. So I told them that I will be switching off within 1:30. So we're waiting patiently. I believe Ambassador Bassi, you are ready for your presentation. Ambassador Dr. Omotola Shupowale is ready for the presentation. And I believe that Ambassador Lucas Adarabioyo is also ready for the presentation. I tried to get in touch with Dr. Samina because she also sent a paper research, but I've not been able to get her from Pakistan since yesterday. So, because she also submitted us. So, but I would like to congratulate Dr. Motola Shubowale and Ambassador Basi Mutiela and Ambassador Lucas Adarabioyo, congratulating them because I've seen the magazine. I'm sure they're going to send it to you personally, or they've your name is actually on their book. I tried, they sent it to me, but because of my the status of my WhatsApp, I couldn't resend it. I cannot even send it to my email. So, but I believe that after the conference, you'll be able to get the copy. I can just show it briefly, what they've sent to me. I wish I could send it. I could do it on the on my slides so that you can see it clearly. So this is their full page magazine. Let me see if I can open it, and then I can. But we want to congratulate Dr. Motola and Ambassador Bazi and Ambassador Lucas Adarabioyo, and also Dr. Samina from Y.Y.C.I International. We are proud of you, and we want to express our gratitude to Ambassador Dr. King David for giving us extra opportunity to be along with the scholars and everything. I'm just going to show you quickly so that you will see. This is the magazine that they're using, and they're giving it to everyone.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I couldn't transfer it to my email for me to show it on our screen. And let me also see if I can get your contributions, because it's a full. What they've done is that they did the screen part of it, which is not full one, but your names, those names are mentioned on their full page, because this one is just for the agenda for the program. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
But their articles are being recognized, and hopefully, I don't know what they're going to do next about it, but I believe that whatever happened, they will they will pass the message on to me, and I will pass it on to all our able students. So
thank you very
at the
much.
moment, I want to believe that they will come back, and because there will be music interlude, and they've done the brief questions and answers already. So they're having the lunch break. I believe that one, they won't stay too long on the lunch break because of some of us that cannot stay longer. Immediately they come back, they're going to do the technical section, they call it, sir. And it will be during the technical sections that Dr. Motola, Ambassador Basi, Ambassador Lucas, and Dr. Sabina, if she can join us, that's the time they'll be given 5 minutes to present their paper research. So during
if it is so, let me just round up with the student there. In the next 20 minutes, I'll come back.
Yes, sir. That would be great, sir. That would be great.
Thank you. I'm grateful. All of you, I really love you.
Yeah.
You are making us proud. We are happy of you and for you.
Yes.
God bless you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So then after the technical section, there will be special recognition. So that is the time they will mention all our visitors, our guests on this platform. And then they will do the induction ceremony, like decorating some of their scholars, decorating the ambassadors, and then after that they will close. So we are rounding up quickly. So hopefully they will come back quickly so that we can finish up. So, but without for time being, please get yourself ready, Dr. Motala and Ambassador Basi. Please get yourself ready. I don't know if Ambassador Bola Tito would like to say a few words to encourage our students and our members and our guests. Ambassador Bola Tito, because I know you open your camera. Okay, all right. She will join us and speak after the break. Okay, that's fine. Right. So, but apart from that, instead of us to just sit down here looking at one another, is there anybody that want to say something? Dr. Armstrong from South Africa, we are blessed to be seeing you on the platform of AIBML Institute of Business Management and Leadership.
Thank you, man.
That we appreciate what you've contributed, what you've said, but feel free, sir, to address us again if you have any other things to encourage us on the online while we are waiting for them.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. The conference have been very enlightening, and all the speakers actually delivered their presentation with such profundity that you are almost lost for word, especially the fact that for me, they were very, very practical, and especially on the subject of, education in Africa and the repositioning of Africa. I wanted to contribute earlier when Dr. King asked the question, is Africa safe? I just want to quickly, for me, just express the fact that not everyone who had left the shore of Africa probably left for purely the purpose of merely economic immigration. There are other reasons. But the fact is, the subject around whether Africa is safe is a very dynamic issue. Number one, I want us to consider some statistics, to unpack that, answers to that question. Generally, or say tentatively, about 150,000 people is recorded to die every day. And out of that staggering number, 21,000 is recorded to Africa, basically. If you look at that statistics, it means that Africa as a continent is responsible for 14% of death, in South Africa. And what is safety anyway? See, that has to be contextually defined. Whether or not Africa is safe, I think it's subjective in this respect. Okay. Now, if there are 40, I know that in South Africa, 1,644 people die every day. Now, if you look at that number, that tells us that more people die outside of Africa than, people who die in South Africa. And life is very crucial to the definition of safety, no matter what, safety means, but life, the preservation of life is very important. So people think of Africa as a lost place, as this, yes, we call it underdeveloped. And the professor who spoke, about the fact that we are trying to imbibe Western culture and Western education and all that, it's, for me, it's very true. But again, I want to look at it from a little bit different perspective. Roger Martins, outlined 5 things that always position either an individual, an organization, or a movement, to prosper or to succeed. Number 1, he talks about winning aspiration. Now, what does winning aspiration portend? What are the things, what are the goals, what are the objectives that vis-a-vis from where you are at now and where you want to be, what are the aspirations that you've got? And we need to define that as Africans to say, look, what are our winning aspirations? You know, I did said earlier when I spoke that, well, I was born in Nigeria, but the fact is, my experience outside of Nigeria since I was a young man is that every Nigerian I met naturally is a winner. You know, I don't know how we got that, but we just thrive. It doesn't matter what industry we find ourselves, we just thrive. So, number one, he said that we all must have a winning aspiration. Number two, the other two things I talked about earlier, we must make a choice as to defining our winning aspiration, number one. Number two, we must make choices as to where to position ourselves. In education, for instance, do we want purely Western education, or are we want to be technological driven in the next couple of years? That is positioning. Where do we want to find ourselves? And these are decisions. These are decisions that can be made politically. These are decisions that can be made culturally. These are decisions that can be made religiously. You can make such decisions as to where do we want to see ourselves in the next couple of years, vis-a-vis where we are at now. I believe the definition of destiny that says that destiny is a place or a sphere of influence that is ordained. Well, I believe in God, so I believe that destiny is a place or a sphere of influence that is ordained by God for us to reach for His glory. Now, that aside, if we have chosen, we have made the decision with regards to our winning aspiration, the next choice we need to make is where do we want to play within the global economy or the global community. This is where we want to drive development on the basis of education, but on what strength? Technology, because other countries, other continents are doing that. In sports, we make similar decisions, you know, because I'm also into sports consulting and a few other things. So these are the kind of decisions we need to make. And this is what informs policy. But personnel is policy. The people that makes up, the homogeneous, the demography of any local area determines what kind of policy you make. What are their aspirations? So if government is making decisions or policy decisions on the basis of some ideas from the West, there's a disconnect between the people whom those policy ought to impact and the policy itself vis-a-vis where the people ought to be. And I think that's one of the problems we have in places maybe like Nigeria. We don't lack resources, human resource or whatever resource, but I think the issue that confronts us, both as Nigerians and maybe Africa as a whole, is some of these choices that we've not been able to make at policy level. So we must make choices as to what are our winning aspirations. What must we do to win? Number two, where must we position ourselves? Where must we play? Number three, how can we win? And that's where research comes in. How can we win where we have chosen to play? What are the things that are needed? What are the benchmarks? What are the foundations that need to be laid? We are trying to catch up with the rest of the world in technological advancement and all that. It's like building a house. You don't have a foundation and you want to put windows and lintels and roofs. So we have haphazard. I'm currently the COO of a federation in Nigeria currently, though I don't live in Nigeria, but I'm in and out of the country since I was appointed. And the new dispensations, when the Ministry of Sports was scrapped and the NSC came in, I was brought on board. But the problem I realized is that even in sport, as it does other aspects of the economy, we do not simply make decisions right. Our choices are skewed. So we must make decisions as to this is where we want to play. And some of the trouble I've had with the Federation for the last 6 months is, look, when do you want to get to the Olympics in that particular sport? When do you want to get to the Olympics? Who are the current crop of players? All right. Now, if you have 8-year-olds and you want to qualify for the Olympic in this particular sporting code, you must have a long-term plan. You must work around 3 to 4 Olympic cycles, which is 12 years. Every Olympic cycle is 4 years. The other Olympic cycle, add to that, is 8 years. Then you have 12 years, then 16 years. When you do that, you are able, and we've worked in other part of Africa. we've been in Tanzania and other places, and it's working. Currently, they've got players in Japan and other places playing good sports, right? But in Nigeria, we are still struggling. We brought in expatriate coaches and professional clubs from Japan 2 years ago to Nigeria. It was a waste. They were looking for 15 players who are going to go school and study for free in Japan. Guess what? They brought in players, and we've been working with coaches in Nigeria for a while. By the time they brought the players, not a single, not a single player was chosen. We did the same in Tanzania, and they've got some players currently. Uganda have got players, Kenya have got players all over the world, but Nigeria has none. So the problem is Africa. We must make choices as to what our winning aspiration is. If we don't know that, then policy is lost. Two, we must make choices as to where to position ourselves. Where do we want to play? Now, having made that decision, we must also decide how do we win where we have chosen to play. The fourth thing we must consider then is what are our core capabilities, unique capabilities that we've got. And I'm speaking from sporting perspective, though we can talk about this on other ramification or other aspect. What are the unique capabilities that we've got in Africa? Take Nigeria as a case study. What are the unique capabilities in sport? We are strong. I mean, we are strong, we are huge, we are big. These are capabilities that cannot be replicated. Okay, now these are choices that we must make. The fifth thing is now how do we establish a management system that will help us tie all these choices together, that will help us link our winning aspiration to where we are positioned and link where we are positioned to how to win, and then integrate our unique capabilities that cannot be reproduced or recreated by anybody else. That stands the continent out. That stands Nigeria out, for instance. So until we make some of these decisions, we are going to continue to have problems, and we're going to continue to talk like this and actually don't move the needle. So back to where I started from. The number of deaths in Africa is incomparable to the number of deaths anywhere in the world. If you look at 14%, it's about 7 point something million people dying every day, as against the global number of deaths that is recorded on a daily basis. So Africa is very safe as far as I'm concerned. But whether or not people make choices as to living in Africa, that's another discussion entirely. So we must position ourselves to attract the rest of the world to come to Africa. People want to come to Africa. Here in South Africa, for instance, I mean, the daily influx of foreigners into South Africa until recently, when they begin to make some political wrong decisions. I mean, number of tourists that comes into this country is huge. I mean, even from Western countries, because this country positioned itself, and they are able to manage themselves in such a manner that they are able to attract people to come to South Africa. And Africa as a whole can do the same. It's the question of choices. And as individuals, we must make those choices. As families, as groups, as communities, we must make those choices. Our governments, our institutions must make those choices. And as soon as it's true what they said, that when students leave Nigeria and live abroad, they tend to be very good because the system, the hurdles they have to cross while studying in Nigeria is unthinkable. It's easier anywhere else than in Nigeria. So it's a question of position. We've got all that it takes. But once we position ourselves, then we are able to leverage some of our unique capabilities. And before long, I believe that we'll turn around the hands of fortune, in favor of ourselves. Thank you very much, man. I'm glad to have this opportunity.
Thank you so much for expressing and sharing about the reposition ourselves in Africa. That is very, very important. And that is also going to be based on our mindset if people are ready. And it also depends on how far do they want to go. Because just like we are sharing, I mean, I was having a conversation with the chairman of Asian Business Forum yesterday, and we talked a lot.
Oh, ma'am, please forgive me. Forgive me, ma'am. I wanted to say, forgive me, ma'am.
Yes.
Let me just add, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was driving earlier when you were speaking. And indeed, it's true. I don't know how that escaped me. The issue you mentioned on mindset indeed is true, because children are making up their minds, but adults have made up their minds, though they can change. But I hear you very well. And I was going to ask Dr. King if he's got a recording, because I was driving and it was a little bit noisy. I didn't quite get the point, but I heard you, the context around you discussed that. I'm still going to request, that recording. And
Thank you so much, Dr. Armstrong. Yes, because I just come to realize something is that the main reason why we are doing what we are doing right now is because of the state of our mind. And what is the state of our mind? What is the mindset? The mindset is the information being gathered. It's the informations we share from everywhere. It's the informations that we want to believe or want to think about. And whatever is in our mind is what we act upon. So, for example, if people are saying that there's nothing else in Nigeria, or there's nothing, that until they come across until they travel across to Western world and they cannot succeed, that is the state of their mind that needs to be renewed. If people are saying that, oh, there's no security in Nigeria, that is the mindset that we need to renew. That, okay, when you are talking about security, just like you just explained, I live here in UK, and nearly every day we hear about youth stabbing themselves. So many things are going wrong. Even it comes to realize something that, do you know that even living in your own house, staying in your own house can also be dangerous. I've come to that conclusion because, for example, there was a time there was a plane crash somewhere, and then when this plane dropped on the roof of a house where few people, a family, were just minding their own business in their own house. There was also a time when a truck run over another house somewhere. So anything can happen. Fire can happen. Gas explosion can happen. Even any mistakes can happen. So security in terms of national, yes, we just have to collaborate together with the government, because we can, like I said recently, we can expect the governor or the president of a state going around everywhere just because you want the security. But what about if we collaborate, we partner, we work together, individual? Because those people that are breaching this security, they are either youth, or they are they are the people who lives within us or outside the country. But then they are part of us. You might be sitting down with a stranger. You might be sitting down with a person that is carrying guns and knives. You might be sitting down with a person that's got the minds of killing. So that is why that every one of us have a work to do when it comes to security. Like here now, constantly, you will hear the information from the railway station, from the bus stop. You will hear the information, the announcement that if you see anything strange, if you see anyone behaving strangely or carrying something that is not really familiar with, then you can report it quickly. So we have to do it. That means that we have to collaborate together with the government to establish this security. So that is my own opinion regarding that. But it's also going to base on our mindset. Because if we believe that things can change, remember when I said this morning as well, that it also depends on your mindset, your state of your mind depends on what you see. What do you see in the country of Africa, Nigeria, Liberia, Kigali? What do you see? Do you see problems? And even if it is problems or troubles that you see, Were you able to shift your mindset because we have the ability to do that? Will you be able to shift your mindset to positive, to say, okay, yes, there's a problem. We do not ignore that. We acknowledge that. But how are we going to individually going to contribute to solving that problem? And I think if majority of Africans have that kind of mindset, and they can come up with ideas instead of blaming one another, throwing stones to one another, arguing, and also complaining. Maybe we need to be thinking individually, deeply, and find solution to our problems. Like I always say, foreigners cannot come and solve our problem. Lie. Foreigners cannot write our story. Lie. Foreigners cannot write our history. It is you that will write your own history. Unless people cannot come to your house, for example, your household, and start pretend, start saying
Thank you. Please, can we take our seat?
only you that you know yourself. So on this note, I was thinking Ambassador Bola Tito also address us, but maybe busy in the period.
Yes,
Ambassador,
ma'am.
yes, can you address us quickly before we tune into all this? Your students, our members have done very well with what you're
Yes.
doing with the master. So we just want
He's unmuted. You can go.
words of
He's unmuted.
Yeah, it's just a short message. Thank you, Ambassador. Sorry, my Queen Mother, Professor Elizabeth, and all protocols observed as well in the House. I just want to add to what has been said already about mentality. I'll call it mentality.
I think we need to wait now.
Okay.
They are ready for us. They are ready.
Okay.
A leader,
all right.
A prof in making. I'm talking about Pastor Harrison. Joe, please, sir, can you unmute yourself and say hi to the house? Pastor Harrison.
Okay, good morning from here. Hi to the house.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. You are highly welcome. Okay, we also have online.
Hello.
Reverend Akpabio from River State. Is he online?
He will rejoin us later. He's having
Thank
a
you.
break. Yes.
We also have Ambassador Bola Tito Ayola from United Kingdom. Is she there?
Yes, she is here.
She is.
Please, may I say hi to the house?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this program. It's been a mind-blowing one, and everyone has been enjoying it, especially me. Thank you very much, sir.
You are highly welcome, man.
Yes, sir.
We have Ambassador Rachel from UK. Is he there?
Okay, Ambassador Rachel, will you be able to respond? I know she's in the background, so you can continue. Maybe she will respond.
Ambassador Sarah, someone from Nigeria. Is she still online?
I can't see him. I think he's moved on because probably they went for break as
Ambassador Bello Bashi, is he online? Bello Bashi. Okay, Bello, I say hi.
Okay, he's not here yet.
Mrs. CG, is she there?
No.
Professor Dr. Fubrata, is he online?
No, I think they've moved on. Probably they will join later.
Before we take Pastor Petterfield presentation for just 10 minutes, Dr. Armstrong reached out to me that would like to respond to the questions I earlier raised concerning is Africa safe for us?
He's done it. He's done it already, and it's been recorded.
No. He wanted to respond to that. I think this is an oversight of what he needed to say. So at this point, we give 1 minute. Dr. Armstrong, sir, please can you respond to the questions and what border you needed to air out?
Thank you, Doc. Professor afforded me an opportunity earlier while you were on break. So those of us online were just catching on. And yeah, so I did spoke about that, but I just left statistics on the issue of death rate. I'm not going to take more than 1 minute. What I said while you were on break is that, look, globally, 150,000 deaths is recorded every day. The question whether Africa is safe or not, for me, it's not a thing I should lose my mind over, because 21,000 people is recorded as dying every day in Africa, and that represents only about 14% of the total deaths in the world. So there are more deaths outside of Africa than occurs in Africa. South Africa, for instance, it's about 1,644 deaths every day, and that's the highest in Africa. The highest in Africa is in South Africa. So I think largely Africa is safer than anywhere in the world. I don't have those statistics for other parts of the world, but Africa is safe. And what I said was, it determined. What your definition of safety again maybe defines what you think about the death rates in Africa. So I largely believe that we don't have a natural disaster as it happens elsewhere in the world, like in Africa. So I believe that Africa is much safer. But again, like the very respected professor said, I think it's a mindset. And what informs a person's mindset? Largely it's choices. I don't want to go back to what we already discussed because of my time, but thank you very much. I just want to submit that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with us. Bro, you wanted to say something or contribute regards to our last discussion? I think the floor is open. 1 minute.
Thank you, everyone. I think I would like to reemphasize from the lecture by the professor. One of my questions, I want to ask a question, then I will make a contribution. I want to ask this question: what has really happened to the Nigeria curriculum? We have the polytechnic. What is the sense of polytechnic? What has the MBT doing? We have the NAPTEL, which has to do with national business and technical education. Yeah. All these things we're talking about, tailoring, fashion design, and all that, is already there in the modules or in the curriculum. You go to the polytechnics, beside the higher national diploma, we have the higher national certificate, the innovation certificate. All these things, we are there or prepared to tackle the aspect of entrepreneurship or technical education. Then the essence, is it the government? What have they been doing to ensure that this curriculum are being implemented? That now brings me to the question to the professors, to the vice chancellors, the rectors of Nigerian higher institutions. What have they been doing to ensure that this curriculum is being implemented? Because when we're talking about the government, when it has to do with the education sector, we hold the entire scholars, especially the professors, accountable. Are they really doing very well? Because if we have a curriculum that has a structure for technical education or skill acquisition and is abandoned, a graduate from Polytechnic cannot be equated with a graduate from Nigerian University. So that is the problem. I think the government should try as much as possible to motivate or empower or recognize rather the higher national diploma students so that they can stand side by side with the first degree
students. The earlier we do that, the better for the Nigerian.
I think the lawmakers, they won't pass that into law, isn't it? I heard something like that. So I want to say something. Yes. Okay. I heard something like that.
I want to talk a little about the safety, if Africa safe, okay? The issue of safety in Africa is a perception. I am happy man that is that has proficiency in data has given us the figures of death. Now, Africa, our problem is we don't tell our story. When Western media tell our story, they tell our story from a negative standpoint. Because it's for their interest. Everybody does things first for himself. The law of self-preservation comes to play. So they say our place is bad, so that we all bring all what we have to their land for their benefit. I'll tell you a true life story. A friend of mine was stabbed 9 times in New York because he was rolling on the road. He was wearing a Rolex watch, a Daytona Rolex watch that cost $52,000. They stabbed him in New York to steal the watch, got the watch from him. Now, that friend of mine, it has happened to him years back. Just recently, we were in London together. Went to eat somewhere, so we said, let us take a stroll from Oxford Street to Hilton Park Lane. He looked at my hand and said, my brother, you're wearing a protective in your pocket. He removed his watch. London. He removed his watch and put in his pocket. Me too, I have to remove my watch. I don't want anybody to start me. But nobody will tell you this story. Yeah. Even in Paris, we went to club. We were coming out. We want to go to the underground to take a cab. The guy that I was with told me to pull my watch. I said, is this not Paris again? He said, my brother, I didn't go to the right for pull the watch. But nobody will tell you this. So the West, they tell the story of, they tell the negative story about security of Africa, and the negative story in their places, they hide it. So Africans travel with the perception in their mind that they are going to the safest part of the world, where God resides, and angels walks in the street. It is not true. Africa is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Interesting. Sir, I'm back to you.
All right, good afternoon now, distinguished guests. I want to say a few things. I want to take us back to what our professor just said. He was talking about polytechnics, their curriculum, and then how, they feel that when you go to a polytechnic and you graduate from a polytechnic, that they don't feel they belong to the same class. It's working now as the first degree holders. I think you're still going back to the paper qualification thing. We also have a mindset, our youths also have a mindset. They just believe that paper qualification is better than having skills. We have seen it in different places. Everybody just wants to have I have a first degree. And then after first degree, I want to have a master's degree. That's the crave. Now, if you say government, what is government doing? I'll give you an instance of what my state government is doing. I'm from a state called Y.Y.C.I in Nigeria. Our state government is emphasizing seriously on technical education. And even as a policy, the government has made it in a way that every year, certain number of bioscience are trained and then they are given starter packs. If you are trained as a caterer, they give you oven, baker and stuff like that. If you are trained as a tailor, they give you those machines. And what we have observed is that once these machines are given to them, buyers are already standing by to buy them off from them.
Is that a leadership problem?
So how is that a leadership problem? Mindset. So we really need to reorientate our youth in Africa and make them understand that having a skill, just like the tailor guy my professor talked about, having a skill and making sure that you want to improve on it, to even become an employer of labor is more paramount, more important than just getting a paper certificate and then you look for somebody to employ you. Nobody wants to employ anybody these days. Employment is just not there. Government cannot even employ everybody. Recently our state government advertised to employ 1,000 people. Over 100,000 people applied. How will you now screen those kind of? So everybody wants to have a government employment. I want to work in one oil industry. And a lot of people are even, in the West, people are resigning to start their own businesses and be employers of labor. The only way you can even be like the Dangotes of this world, like the Bill Gates of this world, is to innovate, create something, and then make it big and employ people. It's not by working. Most of us here are working. We work at the end of the month. What we get, a lot of people are standing by to ask you, my brother, I need something. I need this, I need that. By the time you share to everybody, you are back to zero. And you wait for 30 days. Until 30, ending 6 to 4, what they call it, 8 to 9, and 8 to 4 every day and wait for 30 days income is becoming obsolete. And then in our university system too, there are some lecturers, I'm also a lecturer, so I know. There are some lecturers who still go to school with notes of 1991 in 2025.
Imagine.
I had an issue with my supervisor when I was doing my PhD. We know that yes, there are things that we call a priority expectations when you're doing the research. Now, in economics, the field that I belong to, we run regressions to analyze data. And we run a regression with data collected from CBN in Nigeria. And we found out that what we were expecting is different from their prior expectation. And the professor said, no, we have to run the regression again. And I told him, sir, this is Nigerian data, it's not world data. Now, our duty is to show that, yes, this is what is supposed to be, but in our context, this is not happening. What is the cause of that? And that's how to think until we solve that problem and then we move forward. So we have also professors who are going to classroom with obsolete materials. They are not ready, they are not even ready to, I'm a professor already, so what am I even going to do any research, going to read book again? We still have very smart ones anyway, like my very good friend, the erudite, the one we call erudite professor. We have some of them like that, but we still have some people who are not doing us well. So is the whole gamut of issues, and everybody needs to work harder to make sure that the educational system is improved to think for today and to think for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Just like to add to what you say, our Wesley Institute have done so much. For people that know that at least Prof and the rest members can attest to this, you look at all the beautiful design you see today, all the tab program. The boy that does this is about 19 years old. 19 years old. From the street. training on graphic design, empowering. And today, it's on salary. This grant, you see, when we started, we try to look at some concept of what to do and to get new ideas. Do you know the old Port Harcourt? I could not find any tailor that can give us data of design. The academic girl. It refers to our back. So to say, go to Lagos. We were calling, putting head together. The first contract we gave to one man in Aba, he gave us rubbish. And I said, no. One of my boys, now he's currently doing Y.Y.C.I in Abia State. I called him and said, look, this thing can do it. This suit I wear today, he saw it from me. He said, uncle, why are you going to Kigali? Where will suit can do there? Now, this girl, I called him. I took him to my room. I said, look, let's design this way. Something different. Today is one of the best guns unique among the guns you see in Africa. They just put it in this way. When it comes to empowerment, we take it for granted. I don't believe in working with people with title and this and that. In fact, we believe in raising children. When we give them the best, the society will be what? Safe. No robbery, no attack. The whole thing will work smart. Imagine the kind of amount of money we should look for people. Oh, you want to design for me, I pay them. Oh, prof, want to do this, we do this. But today, these same little children don't work for people in the region. But by the time they see the level of work we do, we post online. Dr. David, VP, oh, prof, who they work for? We release contact. And they are charging very heavily. Sometimes when they come back, they say, uncle, please, manage 10K. You can't buy that. I will have access to money, enjoy it. If we work this program in Nigeria, you won't have any problem with technical issue because everybody knows their job. Please, we need to rise up. At this point, let's invite Pastor Tetefiu Joe from the United States of America to take over for just 10 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. David. With all the things you guys have spoken, I can't finish my lecture in 10 minutes. It's not possible. We are talking about skill development, professionalism is skill development. So let me go ahead. I'll try as much as possible. But if I can finish in 30 minutes, praise God.
Wow.
Yeah, because if you talk about 10 minutes, it's not possible. So let's have that at the back of mind. I'm in America, and I'm a Ghanaian professional. I am Dr. Pastor Tetefiu J.H.M. Harris. I've known David for some time, and we're talking. Topic he gave me was skills development for emerging industries. So that's the skills you guys are talking about. Like one of the doctors told us, America paints a picture of better things, but when you come here, you see rotten things. You talk about somebody pointing a gun on you, taking your big watch. When you come here, you see people sleeping on the street, which we don't have in Africa. They will at least accommodate you somewhere. So what do they do? What did they do in America to bring them to what they are now? That's what we want to talk about. And I want to talk about and call it the significance of professionalism in skill development in emerging industries. I'll take this lab. I'll send a note to you. You see it. I'll take the introduction. You can put it down. I'll take the definitions. They will talk about drivers of professionalism for skill development. What are the drivers? What are the things? I've been talking about this in Nigeria, all over the government until I came to America here. I want to tell you that I'm qualified, but when I came here, I have to come and get certifications for me to work. If you don't get the certification for you to work, you can't come here. If you come here, you have to come, all the doctor degree we are holding there, when you come, you have to come and learn some skills here. And I'm going to mention the skills you have to know. God has given us 29 skills, all of us, but you need 7 abilities to get the 29 skills to work. And that's what they did here in America. We still have people running up and down. but they still have their technical schools all over. I went there. They have their computer schools. They are training and retraining. They will talk about universal skills for a professional. They will talk about the key elements of professionalism in skill development. Then I ask a question. If you have skills, you become a leader, and the world needs people today. So let me start by my introduction. Survivor, if I finish, you can let me finish, then you ask question because the time they gave me is too small. Remember this, survivor of any organization, being a human being, we are in the millennium. In this millennium, it's all about ensuring that you have the best people, listen to it. We have the best people with the right skills to do the job. I'm a Ghanaian Nigerian. I spent all my years in Nigeria. I know all the states except the north, which they are killing people. I didn't go there. I went as far as to Kaduna, and I came back. We don't have the right people, the best people. Look at it now. The best people with the right skills to do the job. Your organization will not survive. Look at it now. The best people with the right skills. Any product or better technology can only put one firm ahead of the rest for a short time. A short time. Or a firm needs more than that. It needs quality people with the best skills. Need quality people with the best skills. And these skills come through professionalism, talent health, uncompromising selection, training, and development. I want to take you from the beginning, the back. Any person, you are not successful until you have a successor. You are not successful. I'm telling you this until you have a successor. So let's come to my definitions. I give definitions. I'll talk about skill. I'll talk about professionalism. Many of us here read economics, you read this, but are you a professional? If you're a professional, what are the skills do you need?
Yes,
as I came to America here, I become a problem for me. The age is not on my side. I have to acquire more skills to become a professional in my field. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accounting. I'm a cybersecurity doctor in cybersecurity. IT audit. I deviated from the normal auditing to IT audit and cybersecurity. The current thing in town, we are talking about current things in town is what you go for. So you are talking about professors who have been 30 years, 50 years. There are no challenges, but you cannot be in America here and you know how to challenge. I went to a technical school to teach them cybersecurity. The questions the guys are asking me, before you finish, they've gone to the internet, they've gone to AI, they have gone to great things. Where Nigeria is now is 50 years where America was. So sometimes you don't need to come. Those of you are doctors, you don't need to come and stay here like we are here. Come and see what is happening. They go back and pick something. Our leaders come here to see what is happening, but they go back, they don't do anything. Until there's that mindset. And I want to tell you something. Jesus Christ, in the Jewish culture, every child must learn a trade. And the scripture says, if you don't teach your child to have a trade, you are teaching him to be a robber. You are teaching him to be Jesus Christ went to learn carpentry. Remember that. And he learned carpentry from 12 years on to 30 years. So every Jew culture is that. So I told my children, look, you are a graduate, you have a master's degree, go and learn a skill, go and learn a trade. So all my guests have gone to learn tailoring. They go to learn sewing. They go to learn hairdressing. All my boys, I say, go and learn carpentry, go and learn shoemaking, apart from your being a doctor. I told the guys, go and learn electrical engineering. I took them there. During holidays, go and learn it. So you can have a skill with you. We need skills. Now, what is professionalism? I'll quickly go through that. We say, who is a professional? Professionalism is an occupation requiring extensive. I've sent the notes to you. Don't need to write. I'll send the notes to David and we'll give it to you. An occupation requesting extensive and specialized education. That's a professionalism. Actually, we can look at the definition. There is of the conduct, aims, and qualities that characterize the work. You must be a professional in an area. And to be a professional in an area, you must have the skills to do that job. A professional is somebody who is following. The professionalism is following of a profession like athletes for gain or livelihood. Look at it. For gain and for gain and or livelihood. Following a profession. I came to America here and noticed that there's nothing free here. Some of us who are doctors and the rest, you are working there. You write proposal for people. You'll be complaining. They take your proposal. They don't pay you. America here, before you write proposal, you charge. You charge money for it. You consult. They charge money. You go and see a doctor. You pay money before. So I was crying that, hey, I'm a pastor. In our church, we help people and they say, hey, pastor, you are asking for too much in America here. Yeah, now I've changed my this. If you write a proposal for you, I'll charge you some fees. So it's professional is following a profession or like athletes for gain and or livelihood. For gain, you don't just work for nothing, and you need to be a professional. So what are the drivers where we need to be professionals? Number one, the economic meltdown. Economic meltdown is affecting everybody everywhere. It's not only in Nigeria. If you see the people go to the embassy, how many people are coming? And situation in America, Trump is trumping people here. No be small. But people want to come. They want to come. You go to the embassy. They don't know when you tell them, they don't come. You say, you are here. You say we should not come. I can tell you of guys that are here for 10 years, 20 years. They can't come home because when they pay the bill, house rent are paid every month. They don't pay yearly. If you don't pay the month, they take you to court. They throw you into the street. They throw you into the street. You see people in the street. That's why they paint the good side of you in New York. But the bad side, if you go to downtown New York, you cry. Because of climate changes, climate is changing every time. Today is hot, today is cold, today is hot. You cannot even talk about it. Then because of globalization, we're into what we call knowledge-nearing economy. I'll come back to it, you will hear. People are making money, people are selling knowledge. They are not selling, they are not waiting, they're investing for salary. Knowledge-nearing economy. And then because of the global insecurity, it's not only in Nigeria, America is terrible. I know of a man in our area. He went to buy things and groceries, and before he put in a car, a guy comes with a gun on his head. Give me all your things. If you don't give me, I'll fire your head. And they don't care. Because when they take them to jail, they want to prefer, they want to go back to jail. Then we have demographic changes. Women are working, men are working. Now it's not man alone. Come to America here and see. You want the woman to sit there in the house for what? No. Demographic change. Then because of competition in things, there's strong competition going on. You alone can, when you do it, so people giraffe what you have. You put a trademark on it. We have a typical example of David who was trained seriously. David had competition. He has to move from the competition and do something. Then that's why the failure of state services. State cannot help you again. Everywhere is failed. You are talking about Bayelsa. I was in Bayelsa there. Pepperoni. We went to open the pepperoni. We see the guys who are there. There should be an orientation of those guys there. It's not when they now know what to do, you bring them to school to come and get the talent. They will not do that. In the secondary school and the rest, you introduce them to skill acquisition. You teach them to learn various things. Then when they are coming out, their mind will change because the oil is there. And they know when they do this thing, they'll get money quickly. Failure of state services. And then we have dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. We are all dissatisfied. And at least it's good to be dissatisfied. Because after all, progress starts from this dissatisfaction. You are not happy with your situation, change it. So those are the drivers of professionality. Now, I want to talk to you about the key elements. There are 5 key elements that will make you a professional. From my experience, because me, I've changed. I'm an auditor, and I found out that normal auditing has failed. I've acquired all the certificate. I'm a fellow. I did all that. And I've had to change to the auditing. We are now having, that is what is selling now. That's the merging industries. Merging industry, the AI. Many of us are there now. Do you know AI? Do you know I can use a chatbot to talk? Some of the stuff I'm going to give you, that from the chatbot, you give him chatbot, he do for you. He can do your project. So you can tell a student, don't use AI. You are just wasting your time. Because he has the term paper. You go to the AI, go and ask questions. AI will answer him all the questions. You go to Wikipedia, get everything. The AI will polish it. Then he now publish it and polish it. Are you talking you should not do that? Because that is the work in town. So there are some key elements, which are 5. That makes somebody a professional. Number 1, a professional must be knowledgeable. I'll come back to that. I'll take them one by one. A professional must also be understandable, must have the understanding. And the professional must be skillful. And a professional must have a normal attitude. We are talking about normal attitude. And then finally, it's not a skill, it's not a big element anyway. A professional must be a leader. Let's take these things together. This will help you to acquire the skills. What are the key elements? Let me take knowledge, for example. The first key element of professionalism is knowledge. If you write the knowledge down, K, write it down. Write it vertically down. K. K. No, let it be there. The KNOWLEDE. You have to, what is knowledge? What is knowledge? That's the question I left for you. Man, how much knowledge do you need? What is knowledge? How much do you need? You need almost, you have to acquire knowledge of everything. Then you have, how much knowledge do you need? Knowledge is the fast and figures of what we're talking about in a simple grammar. That is knowledge. So the field in which you are, you must be knowledgeable in that area. If you can't, then you change your skill. That is what we're talking about is knowledge. So what is knowledge? Now, why? How much knowledge do you need? This is where I have to note. How much knowledge do you need in the field? If you take, you have to be a body of knowledge. A body of knowledge. You have to have knowledge in financial management. Note it. You have to have knowledge in general management, whatever is your area. You have to have knowledge in personnel management or the management talking about. You have to have knowledge in production management. You have to have knowledge in IT, information technology management. You have to have, we call it information security management. You have to have, we talk financial management. You have to have knowledge in this area. But how much knowledge you need? You need 10% of each one. So you have to be a body of knowledge, 10% of each one, for you to be what the world is looking at for you to be. That's why I like a profession like being a chartered accountant. You do 28 courses. And by the time you finish the course, you have to have knowledge in law. We are lawyers, only we don't practice in the court. You have to have knowledge in business management, financial management, business management. You have to have 10% in all fields. You have to be a body of knowledge. That's what I call it, body of knowledge. And why do you seek for knowledge we are talking about? Because, gentlemen, we are in the knowledge-nearing economy. Knowledge-nearing, I don't know whether you heard that word before. Knowledge-nearing economy. It's an economy that is being driven by knowledge. Whatever, if you don't have knowledge in an area, you can't. Materials are not moving the world. People are making billionaires, and knowledge, people are selling knowledge. Talk about the richest men in America here in the world. Talk about Elon Musk. He's not manufacturing the thing, but has the knowledge in manufacturing the electric motor. And everybody is buying it to become a billionaire. Trump is there now. Trump is having knowledge in something. That is what he's trying to do in America here, bulldozing left and right. He's not manufacturing anything. Just take this one here, take this one, take this one. Pick the knowledge in boxing, pick the knowledge everywhere. So you have to have knowledge because the economy is being driven by knowledge. And the result of having knowledge is to have streams of income. Those of you who are working in the university, if you are taking only your salary, you are most miserable. You are most miserable. You are working government, you have only salary, one salary. You have to have streams of income. Your main salary, which is your main source, then you have other sources that can generate streams of income. But Nigeria, we put in such a way that if you are working and you are doing business, the people will write against you. I think Obasanjo time when he came, he changed that stream, and people are still following the whole thing. He changed it. I can remember I was in Nigeria, he changed it because he was doing other businesses apart from being government. So you have to have streams of income, at least other two sources of income. Apart from your main salary, you must have another source of income. What prevents you have a boutique? What prevents you to train people and have them doing so for you? You don't need to be there physically. You need to appoint a manager. You need to share with the person. I'm telling you about that. Share with the person. And then you have streams of income. If you are looking for one source of money, you are going to be miserable. The second element is understanding. You need to have a better understanding of what? Of yourself, of your job, and of your organization. Those are the three areas. You must have better understanding. Who are you? Who am I here? Why am I in this world? What am I to achieve? Look, if it to be done, it is you. Nobody else. If it to be done, it is you. Have a better understanding of your job. What job am I doing? Be an expert in that job. And have an understanding of your organization. There's a politics in the organization. So don't cry and say they don't want to put you. You are Ghanaian, you are Nigeria. What do you want to achieve there? You are from River State and you are in Lagos. Who want to give you anything? You are in Lagos, Lagosian. You come to River State. What do you want to achieve there? Understand the organization where you are. Understand your job. You can do that about to call the SWOT analysis. You can understand yourself at the SWOT. You know the SWOT already, SWOT. All of you there, you know the SWOT. Your strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities available, and they are the threats you face. If you draw a cross For example, and you put S at the top, which is your strength. You can draw that. You put a W under, which is your weakness. On your right-hand side here, you put the threats on the right. Then you put the O, which are the opportunities here. Now, what you do is that what are your strengths? What are the great things you can do? Rather than 1, 2, I'm good in this. I'm an orator. I'm a police professional. I have to write it down. They come and look at your weaknesses. The down here is your weakness. The left-hand side here is your weakness. I can procrastinate. I took a lot of time to do things. I'm slow. I'm this. Those are your weaknesses. They come and look at the threats. Those of you who are working in government, they can sack you at any day. The fear of being sacked. The fear of the future. I've not got a house. I've not got this. Those are your threats. Now, what are the opportunities? You are young. I know some of you are older than 50, 70, 60 years. Some of us are 70 years. Age is just a number. We are continuing. What are the opportunities you have? Yes, I'm a professional. I can do something. I can invent. You put them down. Now, turn your weaknesses into your what? Into strengths. Turn them. Don't talk about your weaknesses. Turn the threats into what? Opportunities. People want to tell you that opportunities are born everywhere. It's a matter of recognizing the opportunities. Then, don't talk about your threats. Don't talk about your weaknesses. Talk more. Be consistent. Look at the word. Be consistent in your source, on your strength. Be consistent. I'm telling you about what people did. Be consistent with your strengths, and then be persistent, consistent and persistent with your strengths, and then you become a success. So that is for you yourself. That's to understand it better on who I am, who am I. Read books on that. The third element which I want to know more about is the skills. There are 3 skills that you need. Number 1, the technical skills. The technical skills, that's the ability to do the day-to-day jobs. That ability, you need to have that skill. You have the technical skills. Then you have the interactive skill, what you call the soft skills. You need to have knowledge in that. You need to have knowledge, soft skills. The soft skills, ability to interact with people, or we call them the people skills. Then we have the conceptual skills. I hope you are taking note of that. When you can ask me a question, conceptual skills. Give me only 10 minutes, I told you. So I don't know how many minutes I'm finishing now. You have the conceptual skills. The conceptual skills, the technical skills are the abilities to do your daily repetitive job. David was telling us of how to do, people calling somebody, David, you have to learn that skill. You have to go and learn that skill. You need that skill. You need at least 10% or 20% of that skill. If you have to divide the skills into 100, you need 20% of the technical skill of the area of what you are doing. It depends on the level you are. You, David, you are the level of registrar. Yeah, you will need, if you are divide the skills into 100%, you need this one. You need 50% of the soft skills, how to work with other people. Then the conceptual skill, this is 70. You need 30% ability to take decisions. So when you remember, you are not the one who do the technical skill. That's the problem we have. Those of you on the platform, you want to be doing the job. You don't ask other people to help you, because if you come back from a background of technical, you need the day-to-day to do the technical job, to do the daily repetitive job, so to call the technical skill. You need to have 20% of it. So if the person is not doing well, you can say, okay, do that. You have to learn some skill. You have to have skill, upskilling. That's what is going on. It's called upskilling. You upskill yourself. If you don't upskill yourself, you will die where you are. Nobody will buy you. The CVs we have now have been changed. We remove our old skills we have and acquire new skills. I told you when I came, you have to acquire skill in cyber security auditing. I have to acquire skill in taxation, again, more. I have to acquire more skills in what you call in insurance. Do you know I'm selling insurance people? We have to learn the skills. Then you have to have the soft skills, ability to work with people, networking with people, interpersonal relationships, and then conflict management. Report writing is a soft skill. How do you write great reports? You have to learn that one. You have to read books on that. There are books. David can help you to get some of the books. I put David on the library. You know where the books are. We have 75,000 books for you. David can let you get the books and put for you. Those of you are interested, consult David. He will get all these books for you, and then you read the creator to read. Then you have the conceptual skill, ability for problem solving and decision making. Problem solving and decision making, you will need 30% of that. Now, the skills we are talking about, skill development we are talking about, you have to remember, we have to what to call the universal skills. The universal skills, they are gifts from God, Everybody has one or more of it. 29 skills have been given to us. 29 gifts are given to you, but you have 7 skills to harness it. 29, and the 7 skills what I've given them to you. Then you have to discover. They have to be discovered, develop, and use. You have to discover the skill. Go back to see the things you are good in. You are a professor. There was a case we'll talk about a man who the parents forced him to be a lawyer, to be a doctor. Then at the end of the day, develop cancer of the stomach. So I'm talking about a case. So the doctor told him, you have only here in America, they can tell you how many days you have to die. They told him that you cannot live for 2 years, you are going to die. So what is your wish? He said he wanted to be an architect. But the parents forced him to go and be a medical doctor. He has not been enjoying it. So it's okay, since it's your wish, what do you want to do? You want to go back to university. Here in America, you can be an engineer, you can be a doctor. You can be an engineer, you can change to doctor. You can be a doctor, you can change to engineering. It's available, you can do that. He said wish that he want to go and do architect. So he went back to university first year. For 6 months, he went back to check up. 2 years, 3 years, the cancer left because he could do what he wants. So your skills have to be developed. The skills are the abilities, the various abilities to do what you needed. I'll tell you about it. That's the university. You have to discover them. Who are you? I'll tell you the discovery. How do you discover your skills? If you discover, the market will look for you. The market will look for you. You don't need to be a cake. The market will look for you. America is looking for people. As you are here now, we can go to Nigeria, we pick a skill from America here, come and sell it in Nigeria. The government don't have it. And when they don't have it, they will give you the chance to use it. You bring them into work to serve. You serve them. They'll say it's our job. That is Africa. And America is doing that. They'll give you a skill. Go and sell in Africa. Tell them this is the price. Then they will buy it. Once you have a skill, I've done that in Nigeria. I'm a Ghanaian. I came to Nigeria. I succeeded so much in Nigeria. My asset and everything is in Nigeria because I have a skill. The federal government don't have it. The state government those years, when I came to Bayelsa, the state government didn't have it. I have to sell it to them. I came to Port Harcourt, I sold it to the David can tell you more. So I'm an international point. I'm selling something to Nigeria. I'm selling something to Ghana. I'm selling something to the West African coast because I discovered to have. They are received. You don't achieve them. They are resources that you must use and for which will be held accountable. Your skills can be abused. They can be disused and misused. When you don't use the skill God has given to you, it's abuse. When you use the wrong skill for the right thing, it's disuse. Then when people use you for what you don't have, it's called misuse. They are authoritarian and they are functional. They have a task to do. And if they are working properly, the task will be accomplished. They are optimized through training and development. How do you optimize the skills? First of all, you have to determine the need of your skill. Then number 2, you have to identify the skills and the talents you have. How do you identify? How do you determine your skill need? By looking at what the management requirement and then determine where to find the skills. You determine where to find the skills. How do you identify the skills? Number 1, believe in your skills. Believe you have something. Number 2, we have what I call desire and dissatisfaction. I'm not happy. I need something. I need to upskill. All of us on this platform, if you don't upskill, I'm here. I came here. I'm not working for anybody. You don't need to work for anybody. You don't need to work for anybody. I'm telling you something. You don't need to work for anybody. We are speaking the American English now. That we have to learn their language. You don't need to work for anybody. Believe in the skills. Desire and be dissatisfied with your skill. Make inquiry. Inquire. How can I get that? I'm talking about identify the skills. Make inquiry. Then find somebody that's called admire. Admire somebody who has it. And they go and ask him, how did you get this stuff? How do you get this stuff with you? Make a requisition. Then acquire that, perspire, and then you inspire other people. Believe in the skills, have a strong desire and dissatisfaction. Inquire from people who have made it. Admire somebody who has the skill. Don't stay where you are. You have to make money. Admire somebody who has it and go and ask questions from the person. Ask questions from the person. Then make a requisition. How did you get about it? Then perspire, sweat, and inspire. According to Peter C. Wagner, you explore the possibilities, all possibilities, explore the possibilities. Talk about the necessary steps to discover. We're talking about discovering your skills. And employ all the possibilities. Experiment with as many as you can. Examine your feelings. How do you feel? evaluate your effectiveness, how good I am, and then ask others to confirm what you can do. The key element is attitude. You have to have a normal attitude. Attitude is how you take things, and that is very critical. Where areas where you need attitude, and then you look at the various. There's a book by and because of my time, I won't talk much about the attitude. So if you look at the thing, you look at the knowledge, you look at the skills, then you look at attitude. The K, we call it KUSA, KUSAS, KUSA. You need KUSA. You need the knowledge, you need understanding, you need the skills, and you have a change of attitude. It's called KUSA. So for you to operate and to acquire, you need to have KUSA, KUSAS. You need the skills, and then you need to be, the word is looking for you. I'm running up now. The word is looking for you. The word is looking for you. You don't wait for the word to come to you. They are looking for you anywhere. Can you acquire the skill and help the government? All these things we are crying, we are talking. Carry something and give the government. They don't have it. Go and look at the needs identification of your government. Look at the state government. The doctor talk about giving skills to the people. The people that have no money already, what type of skill are you going to give them? They will sell the machines. They will sell them because they don't know the need of doing it. But when you start it in the primary school, you taught them to give them skill in the primary school, they will carry it. And they know that there's dignity in labor. They will not go to be breaking pipelines. So God, the Lord is the world is looking for leaders. They're looking for professionals who use their influence at the right times for the right reasons, who take a little greater share for the blame and a little smaller share for the credit, who lead themselves successfully before attempting to lead others, who continue to search for the best answer and not the familiar one, who add value to the people in the organization that they lead. The world is looking for us, who work for the benefit of others and not for personal gain. Who handle themselves with their heads and handle others with their hearts, who know the way, they go the way and show the way, who inspire and motivate rather than intimidate and manipulate, who lead these people to know their problems and leave God and others with problems, who realize that they are disposing
Before you go, don't go yet. Do you have any questions for him? Just 2 minutes.
My end quote is this.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
A nation without developed professionals have no future. And one is not successful without a successor. So that comes through only through the practice of professionalism. Thank you very much. I'm Pastor Dr. Tetefio. I've ended my lecture.
Last quote, let's get. Please, can you come again with your quote? Last quote.
Dr. David, I've ended my lecture.
No. Please, sir, we need you. Just last quote.
Come again.
The last quote, what you just said.
Okay, my quote.
Yes.
Okay, let me give you my quote. My quote says this, my final quote. A nation without developed professionals as leaders has no future. One is not successful without a successor. And the successor comes only through the practice of professionalism. You are not successful as you are there without a successor. Pick one of your children and say, you are going to succeed me. Look at what Abraham did. He has other women. He has a Ketela. He has children. He has everybody. But I told Isaac, you are my successor. So you, as a person, you cannot be successful in life without a successor. Me, I have my boys are trying to do one kind. So I pick one of my girls. And I say, you are my confidant. Go and open an account. In the two of us, I'll put money in your account for you. And then myself and daddy will be running the account. I told my wife, this is my confidant. So you cannot be successful without a successor. Thank you, Professor Dr. David.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
I'm open for questions if anybody has a question.
No questions. I think we are okay. Thank you, sir. I will learn something this afternoon. Yeah. Thank you. Prof, we love you. Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, we're going to move to the next item to round up this program because we don't have time again. And we have our exceptional and wonderful Prof in the house, Professor Hens Shinebo. and we step forward. There's a news we're about to break this afternoon. So all over Nigeria, the news has spread across. And it happens that this press conference that Prof will attend as a vice chancellor. In day that we're about to move to Kigali, the president of Nigeria appointed him as the vice chancellor of Federal University of Environment and Technology. Today, this is the first appointment as the VC of the university. We are highly lucky to have faced the election. Can give us music? What is it? Showcase something with him. Where the DJ? While we're waiting for DJ, check the email. Check the email. Email.
I feel
So we're going to take a citation. Why we decorate immediately? Yeah.
or praying online to the department.
Yes, indeed. When the audio is not working,
It is not there for
when the audio, welcome, please.
it is not there. It's not there.
What is not working? I unplug it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
You can't keep waiting for the case to stay until it's
Again.
It's not there. Why can't you try the on the page normal page? Let me try this. Try and the video this. Do not be this page there. Try and abandon this.
Prof, please, just a second. Okay. Don't be offended. Why do you say such thing like this? Explain that. Explain.
Try praying another one.
Pascal Kiza is an experienced educationist with
Put it right here. You check.
Professor Prince Chinedu Mmong, JPDSSR, is a renowned scholar, accomplished administrator, and distinguished academic leader. A professor of geography and environmental management at the University of Port Harcourt, he served as dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and director of the Center for Disaster Risk Management and Development Studies. With a PhD in environmental resources planning and management, his research output has placed him among Nigeria's top-ranked scholars by Global Scholar Citation. Professor Mmong has supervised over 50 master's and 18 doctoral graduates, served as a planner, assessor, to leading institutions, and contributed to national development planning as member of Nigerian Vision 2050 Technical Working Group. A former commissioner for education in Rivers State and recipient of the Distinguished Service Star of Rivers State. He is widely recognized for his contributions to academia, policy, and human capital development.
Thank you. Can we appreciate him? We call for joining him.
Gentlemen, and distinguished ladies. Today is a great day in the history of our Wedu Institute of Business Management and Leadership. On behalf of the President and the Board of Directors of the Wedu Institute of Business Management and Leadership, we are on this day honor you with the Honorary Doctorate Fellowship Award. So, Professor Prince Chinedu Umo, on this day, hereby conferred with the Honorary Doctorate Fellowship of Business Management and Leadership under the common seal of the Institute, and you are entitled to use the designation HDFMNL after your name. Congratulations. This is the certificate. Congratulations.
Congratulations, bro.
Okay, DJ sir, give us a sub music.
Please, why this music is important is that while we were preparing to come to Kigali, the federal government broke this great news that the Federal University in Rivers State we now had in the house the Yaroba BC of the prestigious university. One, let us celebrate with it because the only way to be celebrated is to celebrate with those who are happy. Yeah. And so please give us a small music while we celebrate our Yaroba BC. Congratulations. Give us music.
We are aware of the main celebration.
Was my student, so he has to take care of it.
It's payback time.
Yeah, you know.
Yes, it's payback time. Prof, we'll celebrate you today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll celebrate.
Yeah. Those celebrations are solutions. I'm celebrating.
After forget. It's just
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we want to present a Tiarova GC and the first indigenous GC of the Institute. You know, so please, yes.
Make I tell you, say now you one man.
Congratulations, Paul. Don't carry your body, go buy everybody. Then like I'm not to.
Don't stop me and call. No.
I go take a- I go take a- I'm not even look for that.
Okay. Thank you. We have time to take more pictures now. Take more pictures outside. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. We'll invite you for listening. Put your hands together for you. Now we have on stage Honorable Victor. Ben, Mr.
Right. What I'm noticing now is that they've jumped the program. They've jumped the program now to recognition and awarding. I've tried to get in touch with Dr. David, but it looks like he didn't get my message. So I'm about to leave and I might not be able to continue with the conference. But since they've jumped the program, I'm not too sure you'll be able to.
At least you have been there. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So to my fellow students, fortunately, you won't be able to present your presentation for this event. Sorry for the disappointment. So at least Reverend Professor Pabio has spoken already. He has already encouraged us, supported us. I did say that I'll be leaving. I don't know if they are around. Maybe they can call you later. But I will be leaving this conference in the next 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes now. So the only thing I realize now is that they've started the recognition and decoration. So they've omitted the technical issues or the technical section. So sorry about that, Ambassador Y.Y.C. Other present prepared themselves. And unfortunately, but your papers has been approved and has been attached to their documents. So you've done very well. And on this note, I will say congratulations to you. for those that have contributed their research papers. And I also want to express my gratitude to all my great leaders on this platform. Thank you so much for joining, because I will be leaving this conference anytime from now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rode.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
The Reverend Professor Akpabio, thank you so much, sir, for witnessing this great.
Can we have Mr. Bosco?
Beloved ones, as the Queen has said, there's nothing we can do. We have to go to do other things. If there is any information, you'll be made to be informed. So congratulations for being a part of what is going on. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay. And congratulations once again to our great leader, Ambassador Dr. King David, for this great event that you've organized with your team. We appreciate you. We are proud of you. And we really celebrate all our honoraries, awardees, our great men on the platform of Kigali. We celebrate you. We congratulate you from our own hand here, from Y.Y.C.I International and from all over the world. We appreciate you dearly. So on this note, I would like to leave, permission to leave the conference now. Ambassador Dr. King David, permission to leave. Okay, I think he must be busy at the moment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Armstrong, be in control of the platform because I am leaving the platform now. Okay, sir.
On
All right,
behalf
ma'am.
of the management,
okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
the board of directors,